never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Look at there. That means we're one day closer to the weekend. At least we will be in short order as we work our way into a Thursday, close out your hump day. Yeah, we head down the backstretch of another work week as we transition into the 16th day of September. Hope your week's going well. Great to have you along for the ride. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Coming to you from the Hot Shots Secret Studios. Here we are in the secret bunker. Full 5 hours coming your way tonight. Start things off with, I guess it'd be a bit of good news. Been talking about the concerns of severe weather in the Northeast. Saw some earlier in the day. But tonight, what we've got left with our cold front is really just some showers and maybe a few rumbles of thunder. Not really seeing those pockets of heavy rainfall, but you'll be in the rain from New England. We've got rains stretching through Maine, down into, say, from Albany, New York. Most of the rain have now cleared just to the east of Binghamton, New York. Get on down into Pennsylvania. Looks like our front is pushing right off State College, PA. So as we progress through the overnight hours, we'll probably see some showers stretching from about Harrisburg, again up to Scranton, eventually over to Poughkeepsie, New York. Maybe some showers in the Philly area later on. From there, areas further south, there's just a few spotty showers here and there. Nothing widespread. Then you look on down to the deep south. There's what's left of Nicholas. What was Hurricane Nicholas, now just a tropical rainstorm. The bulk of the rain which is not nearly as heavy as we saw as it crossed over Louisiana into Mississippi. Now the bulk of the precip is over in Georgia, pushing into western South Carolina tonight. Yeah, we do have some pockets of heavier rain down toward Macon, Georgia, but a soggy night if you're going to be rolling through the Peach State. Atlanta, you're pretty much socked in. From Atlanta to LaGrange, all the way down to Dothan, Alabama. Yeah, back into southern Alabama, still some pockets of spotty showers, not entirely filled. You'll get some breaks in the action here and there. Now, we do see some heavier rains, the tail end of what was Nicholas, pushing into the Big Bend area there in Florida, the Florida Panhandle. Probably going to be looking at some fairly heavy rains pushing into the Tallahassee area. Apalachicola has seen some fairly heavy rain over the last few hours. So again, that's all pushing off to the northeast. Going to be a soggy night in the Florida Panhandle there. But we're going to turn to the other side of the country, where the wildfires continue to burn. There's a big storm, a large storm with drenching rain brewing over the Pacific, and it has eyes for the northwestern U.S., which is in desperate need of rain. Forecasters say much lower temperatures will follow. And, yep, there's that four-letter word, that cuss word that begins with an S, snow. Yes, some residents in the West may see your first snow of the season. Many large wildfires continue to burn in the West, where more than 5 million acres have been scarred this year. Little help from Mother Nature this summer. Some pockets of cool air have taken the edge off the heat over the past couple of weeks there in the Northwest. But there's some good news as the calendar flips into mid-September here. Yeah, that's a time when the storm track over the northern Pacific and across Canada typically becomes more active. We start to look for storms to swing in from the Pacific and bring some much-needed moisture and lower temperatures this time of year. Thanks to a southward plunge in the jet stream, there's a storm over the Bering Sea that's going to drop across the Gulf of Alaska today, then pivot into the northwestern U.S. sometime later Thursday night into Friday. This storm should have enough moisture and energy to bring some drenching rain to western Washington, Oregon, southwestern British Columbia. Some beneficial rain also likely to spill over the Cascades, reaching the eastern portions of Washington and Oregon, northern Idaho, western Montana between Friday and Sunday. This storm is highly likely to bring the most significant rain to the Northwest since probably back in early spring or maybe even late last winter, they tell us. This amount of rain will be very beneficial for the Northwest in general, even though the heaviest rain is going to kind of avoid the wildfire areas. But they're talking a general 1 to 2 inches of rain in the zone between the coastal ranges and the Cascades in Washington and Oregon. A quarter of an inch, maybe up to an inch of rain, possible east of the Cascades in Washington, Oregon, and northern Idaho. Heavier rain forecast along the western slopes of the Olympics, the Coast Ranges, and Cascades, where 2 to 4 inches of rain are expected. Some areas could see maybe up to 6 inches. There's a second burst of moisture that's going to swing and soak northern California later Saturday and Sunday. There could be enough rain around San Francisco to at least maybe wet the ground, maybe some puddles and obviously slick roadways. With the burst of rain forecast to fall in the coastal areas of Washington and Oregon, we could see some quick runoff lead to some flooding in urban and poor drainage areas. All right, well, there's some concern that too much rain may fall too fast, where we could see some debris flows in burn scar locations. Less intense rain is forecast east of the Cascades. Many of the large fires have been burning. These more inland areas are likely to pick up just enough rain for it to be more beneficial rather than problematic. It may not all be good news, though. some erratic wildfire behavior could occur ahead of the storm and south of the areas that receive rainfall. All right, it would take a more dramatic southward plunge in the jet stream and much more moisture from the Pacific to bring any widespread relief to the southwestern portions of the country. But with this dip in the jet stream, summer warmth is going to be replaced by cooler air as the storm sweeps through. The air will be chilly enough to allow some wintry precip to make a comeback in some areas. Going to be talking about some high country snow in British Columbia and the Washington Cascades with the storm, say Friday into Sunday. Probably the higher elevations, restricted to areas, say, above 7,000 feet in Washington this weekend. After that, the jet stream pattern may amplify to the point to allow enough colder air and moisture to bring the first snow of the season to portions of the Rocky Mountains from Idaho and Montana into Wyoming, northern Utah, maybe northern and central Colorado by early next week. If things pan out the way we believe, from Sunday through Tuesday, snow levels could dip to about 6,000 feet from Montana to Colorado. That means there could be a mixture of rain and snow over some of the passes and accumulating snow over the ridges and the peaks. That turnaround will be the first taste of fall and quite extreme for the region, following highs in the 80s and 90s over this coming weekend. As the jet stream moves in, temperatures will plummet from the northwest to the southeast, across the northwest and the central and northern Rockies. Eventually, you're going to be 10 to 20 degrees below average. Widespread rain showers where it does not snow. What that translates to is highs in the 80s and 90s will be replaced with highs in the 60s and 70s. And look at those nighttime lows dipping into the 30s and 40s. So looking at this weekend, following a high temperature that could be close to the record high of 93 degrees in Denver Saturday. Temperatures in the Mile High City will drop into the 40s for highs, or actually for lows on Tuesday morning. So big transition coming on. Change in the weather pattern. Coming up, we'll take a look at what we're looking at, of course, on the eastern seaboard. Been talking about the possible next tropical system developing there. We get the update. It's Invest 96L, according to the National Hurricane Center, may approach North Carolina later today and Thursday night, bringing with it the potential for some heavy squalls, dangerous seas up and down the coastline. Again, all the latest on that possible tropical development coming up here. Meanwhile, I'm going to jump right to the phones here before we say hello to some of our listening friends. I had a message from Knucklebuster. I've been kind of scouring and searching. I can't really find any more info, but give the folks what's going on. I-40 is a mess there in Arkansas, correct?
Yes, sir. 179 to the 203. Solid standstill, and they're steady piling in there. You ain't going nowhere. Apparently, it's a truck wreck. I got on there to 183, but another driver told me it started at the 179, so I don't know. It's backed up big time. They're sitting over there with the headlights off. Some of them done pulled off all in the grass and everything else trying to take a nap. So I tried to find something on Twitter, but I couldn't find anything much useful information. But you can get off at the 216, which is Brinkley, make a layup and go down there to US 70. Run it all the way over to Little Rock and bring you out there on 440 at exit 10 and then go around it that way. Best way to go around. You could get off at 202, but they were all sitting still there. So I don't think anybody's going to get off at the 202. They've got that all blocked up now. So you're looking at, 27, 28 mile backup when I went back.
Wow. You saw the setting traffic for that many miles?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, they're not going anywhere. I didn't truck wreck itself because it was 5 miles the other direction. I had been off there 183 at Carlisle there, filling my fat belly full of fish and chips, right?
Uh-huh. Well, I just got an email from Grump here just a few moments ago, and he said, I'm stuck in what was a 15-mile backup on I-40, big truck laying on its side at the 184, crossing both westbound lanes. Now, he said, I've been sitting for about 4 hours. So in those 4 hours, I guess it's backed up from what was a 15-mile to closer to 30-mile backup.
Right. Yes, sir. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm too fast to cross Arkansas. Them cars, the speed limit for a car is 75. So they're running about 85 or 90, most of them there. And then you get them big, large cars that can get up there with them. They go right at it and go. So it'll be a while before they get that mess cleaned up.
Okay. Well, thanks for the heads up. I guess you got lucky you were going the other direction.
Yeah, well, I'll be going westbound tomorrow night there. Oh, and it was a good pleasure to talk to Mama Sommers tonight.
Yeah.
I enjoyed talking. Yeah, since you got to talk to mine last night, she said she enjoyed your phone call. So, I'll put on and see in there. Hopefully they'll get that wreck cleaned on up. But if anybody wants to go around it, if you can get off at the 193, the 202, the 216, 221, 231, just make a left, go south down there to US 70. And a Grump, if he's sitting right there at the wreck, ain't going to be no help for him. So I'm sorry about that, Grump. Anyway, just go down there to 70, go west on 70, and run it all the way over to Little Rock there at 440 there at exit 10. You can pass on the back side of the truck stop down there at Galloway. So, all right, we'll talk to you a little later on this morning, Mr.
Thanks
Steve.
for the heads up right out of the box. Yeah, now Grump was, like you said, he'd been sitting there for about, I'm not sure exactly what mile marker he's at, but at that time it was like a 15-mile backup. Been sitting for about 4 hours. Looks like it's still going to be a couple more hours before things are cleared up. Now, at that point, he was saying westbound, maybe get off at the 202. Go south to Highway 70, take it west to Highway 89, then north back to I-40 west. But just a fun freaking night here in Arkansas, he said. So I'm not sure. Now, his Knucklebuster was going the other way. He said at the 202, when he passed by here just a little bit ago, things had backed up all the way to where they're still just sitting still there. Yeah, I may want to take advantage and take an earlier exit to get around that. But, boy, how long does it, once they do get things reopen, if you got a 25-mile backup, doesn't it take hours for that to get moving again? Because as things up front start to move, it takes, a good 30, 40 minutes for those vehicles all the way back there, and the traffic's still piling up behind them. It's going to be a fun night along I-40 there in Arkansas. So there you go. Just a heads up. All right, flip it over. Who all checking in out of the box? Hello, Zorro. Good morning, sir. First out of the box on YouTube. Captain Ron checking in. First on Facebook. Good morning, Your Honor. Happy hump day. Well, no, I'm moving into Thursday. Maybe it's your hump day. Hello to our friend Andy there in Canada, listening in this morning. Randolph, hello, Mr. Sommers. Good to have you with us. Hello to Tom. Scott checking in from Southgate, Kentucky. Yeah, I've been listening since I was a kid after the Reds games, back when your father was on the air. All right, well, great to have you with us after all these years. Glad you found us here in our new venue. Hello to Dale checking in from Jacksonville, 83 degrees, humid. Let's all truck safe tonight. Yogi Bear checking in, headed to Ohio, unfortunately. What, you don't like Ohio there, Yogi? Richard checking in from Central Florida, 77 degrees there. Hello to Steve and everyone out there. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Everyone have a great night. Tank checking in from Barstow, California, where it's 82 degrees, headed eastbound down Headed for the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Hello, brother. Double R checking in here in North Carolina. Headed south for Florida this morning. Gilligan's on board. Morning, Steve. First to like YouTube, at least. Got some heavy rain in Winchester, Virginia this evening when I left. Christiansburg, Virginia, 72 degrees. Drivers, keep it shiny side up. Hello to 007 checking in from the Little Rock, Arkansas Petro this morning. Deborah, good to have you with us. Morning, everyone. It's a great night in Indiana. Be careful. Stay safe out there. Hello to they're checking in. Morning, everybody. Dark, rainy, and humid in Cave Spring, Georgia this morning. All right. Hello to the Sex Maniac checking in here. And James, kind of a soggy night in hot Atlanta. Yep, James, I mean, you've got rain from the Alabama line all the way over to the South Carolina, and it's just, Atlanta's like right there in the middle. You're going to have rain pretty much off and on all night long. So at least it's not that really torrential stuff like we saw across Louisiana and Mississippi. The intensity has diminished a bit, but yeah, just rain, rain, rain. Let's see. Michael checking in here. Says, I was real bad sick from COVID, but I did carry myself to the doctor and send an order to the hospital so I could get those antibodies. And the nurse said I won't need another dose. Let's see. I don't know if it's that voice recognition stuff that didn't understand what you were saying there. But yeah, feel better soon, Michael. Yeah, is that the monoclonal antibodies, the Regeneron, I think they call it, that many people say is really doing a good job in helping them kick the COVID. Hello to Mr. Q listening in this morning. All right, let me see here. It's 844-844-3388. Underway on a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of our system, there's only one Def to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I was looking through some of our other listening friends checking in, and I saw several people saying they're having issues with the YouTube feed. So during the break there, I kind of cut it off, reset the YouTube. I guess it would probably reset the YouTube and Facebook both. So see if that does any better for you there. Yeah, Gene said, anybody having issues with the YouTube? Chris said, yep. Deborah said, yep. Miss Millie said, yep. All right, so hopefully we got you straightened out there. Morning, Steve, and the drivers looking forward to all the callers and another great program. 75 degrees here in Foster, Kentucky this morning. God bless the USA. Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia this morning. 68 degrees, been raining lightly pretty much all day. I did hit some heavy rain on I-16 between Savannah and Macon on my way back from Bluffton, South Carolina. Plans have changed a little for me, going west and maybe delayed a day due to the parts shortage on one of my shipments. And I still have to get my blankets and pallet jack from my shipper I delivered today. Couldn't fit it on the truck with what they had. So it's going to be a busy next week. 5 deliveries, 3 pickups around San Francisco. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. I mean, that's what you call cross-country trailer trucking, right? Going from Savannah, Georgia, all the way out to San Francisco. Wow. Well, have a safe trip there, Buckeye Boy. Great to have you on board. What's going on with the Jolly Green Giant? Hey there.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. The Jolly has got something really important to talk about tonight. Let's begin with Jolly's running an hour and a half late tonight. So all the listeners out there, I'm supposed to leave at 9:30. I did not leave until 11:15. So we're running late, and that's okay. But I got a suggestion to any drivers going into California. It's time to boycott California. Now why? Because of voter fraud. And I want an explanation. You walk into the voting polls to vote, and then you're told
You've already voted.
Can't vote. You already voted. Now, okay, what if anybody that's got any integrity, and I realize these politicians don't have any integrity, but I personally, if I was governor, I would say I demand a revote, okay? And that's exactly what I would do if I was the governor of California. I don't know how they can honestly say that they got voted in. I don't see how they could say that. Another thing that bothers me is the mail-in ballots because of falsification or fraud. I'm dead set against mail-in ballots because of that very reason. Also, I want to discuss something I just heard, that the government is going to cut Social Security by 10%. Did you hear anything about that, Steve? Is that true, or did you hear anything about it?
That I have not seen or heard. No, sir.
Well, Flash is at home, and he's feeding me with all this information. And he said, yeah, they're going to take 10% away from our retired Americans and give it to illegal aliens. Now, I got to ask the dumb question. Who does that money belong to? Every paycheck, Social Security money is taken out of our paycheck and Medicaid. Why don't we have a say-so of where that money goes?
Mm-hmm.
What gives these politicians the right to decide where my money goes? Who the heck they think they are? Well, that's basically what I got to talk about tonight. I decided I got some things I want to discuss. That's what I wanted to talk about.
All right, we got it.
All right, man. You have a good night. I will be listening. So Fly Rod, behave tonight, because I will be listening. All right?
All right. Thank you much. Let me see here. I haven't seen. I mean, some of these things pop up on social media and whatnot. Did a quick search and see. Last week's news that Social Security benefits could be slashed sooner than expected set off alarm bells for Americans whose retirement plans have already been disrupted by COVID. Financial experts say it's not time to panic. Report from the Social Security and Medicare trustees said benefits will have to be cut by the year 2034, which is just a year earlier than the previous projection. If Congress does not address the program's long-term funding shortfall, if Congress does nothing, the combined trust funds for Social Security will only be able to pay 78% in promised benefits to retirees and disabled beneficiaries. Some news reports put the percentage closer to 75%. There's no mystery as to why the funds are disappearing sooner than expected. Look no further than last year's economic downturn, which contributed to a big drop in employment that resulted in declining revenue from payroll taxes. So just because benefits might have been reduced earlier doesn't mean Social Security funds are running out, as some fear it is. All right, let me see. On the website for this Chicago-based financial and tax planning firm, said that if the only funds available to Social Security by the middle of next decade are the current wage taxes being paid in, then the Social Security Administration would still be able to pay around 3/4 of promised benefits, while a 25% reductions could significantly hurt the retirement plans of those who are relying on their benefits. It is far less damaging than the program being shut down entirely. Well, I guess so. A retirement strategist at Edward Jones offered a similar take in an email to Go Banking Rates, saying that just because SS reserves might be depleted a year earlier than expected, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going bankrupt. There are changes that can be made to put the program on solid footing. In order for the program to remain fully funded through a 75-year projection period, they run it for 75 years, payroll taxes would need to rise about 3.36% or just under 1.7% for the employer and employee, because they split it. You contribute half, your employer contributes half to fully fund the program. Now, if no changes are made, benefits would need to be cut by 24% starting in 2034. You'd only get like 76 cents for every dollar of benefits. So that says nothing about illegals or anything like that. But there you go. Let's get a news break here. A line's available on a Thursday morning. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Joe Biden announced a new security partnership Wednesday seeking to serve as a bulwark against Chinese expansion and influence in the Indo-Pacific region. Joined by UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, Biden said the agreement will ensure that the three partners have the capability to deal with rapidly evolving threats. The president said that as part of the partnership, the U.S. would help Australia acquire nuclear-powered submarines, including the sharing of technology to help in that pursuit. The only other country that the U.S. has shared that knowledge with is the UK as part of a 1958 agreement. And Texas's Attorney General has sued a Northeast Texas school district for including a mask mandate in the district's dress code. AG Ken Paxton filed the suit earlier this week, accusing the Paris Independent School District of defying a law banning mask mandates in the state's schools. A judge issued a temporary restraining order against the district on Wednesday, preventing the school from enforcing its mandate. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A good bingo for radio bingos.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, I missed the launch, but they're up there in the heavens above somewhere. That's SpaceX's first private flight, streaking into orbit Wednesday night with 2 contest winners, a healthcare worker and their rich sponsor. The most ambitious leap yet in space tourism. First time a spacecraft circled the Earth with an all-amateur crew and no professional astronauts. Punch it, SpaceX, said the flight's billionaire leader. Just moments before liftoff, the Dragon capsule's 2 men and 2 women will now spend 3 days going around and around the planet from an unusually high orbit, 100 miles higher than the International Space Station, before ultimately splashing down off the Florida coast this weekend. That's Elon Musk's first entry in the competition for space tourism dollars. 38-year-old Jared Isaacman, the billionaire, made his fortune with a payment processing company that he started in his teens. He's the third billionaire to launch this summer, following the brief space skimming flights by Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos. So joining Isaacman on the trip, the others, again, one was a childhood bone cancer sponsor who works as a physician assistant where she was treated at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital there in Memphis, Tennessee. Stakes winners, Chris Sembrowski, who's a data engineer out of Washington State, C.N. Proctor, who's 51 years old, a community college educator there in Tempe, Arizona. So, all right. According to spaceweather.com, that launch produced some really beautiful, eerie-looking clouds. It's kind of like neon blue-looking clouds off the eastern seaboard following the launch a few hours ago. So I'll have to check out the video on that. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. Quickly, Double R, what's happening tonight?
Well, hello, Steve. How you doing? It's going to end up snowing. Called in 2 nights in a row. So, we're on our way down to Florida. I've got 4 deliveries down there. My first delivery I'm going to is Justin Vanlander, the pitcher for the Houston Astros.
Okay.
House and deliver his car. And then I've got a few other cars I have to deliver now, but I thought that was pretty cool going to a Major League Baseball player's house. And so I was talking to Demon about it, and he thought it was pretty cool. But, hey, Steve, that gentleman that just called in there complaining about Social Security, can't you not call your precinct committee person and complain about that? Because they know if they get complaints, they're going to have to do something, or they know they're going to get their asses voted out. So, I mean, that would, he was saying that there's something we can do as far as our Social Security. Wouldn't that be one of the things? I mean, it'd be a start, wouldn't it?
I'm thinking this administration, they all like to kick the can down the road. They don't like to address it until they wait to the last minute in Washington. And when you say by the year 2034, they're like, oh, we've got 13 years, so they'll be done. This administration will be done. Yeah, even the next administration will be done by then. So, yeah, who knows when it'll get addressed, but they have to do something by then, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. You're absolutely right. And then I was listening to the deal today on Fox News for the month of August. Just for the month of August alone, the Border Patrol has captured 208,846 illegals coming across the border.
Yep.
They said that their lockup facilities they have are all full, that they're packing everybody up underneath the Rio Grande Bridge for transport or whatever. But I don't know what they're going to do with them, but that's crazy. But anyhow, I wanted to throw it out there.
Yeah, the time of year when the numbers typically go down, the numbers did not go down over the summer months. And I mean, the numbers continue to climb. We're from 170,000 in a month to 180. Now we're over 200,000. I mean, the earlier predictions this year were we would probably have over 1 million. Hell, on the pace they're at right now, it may be closer to 2 million by the end of the year.
My God, that's crazy. And then they're bringing over these, 50,000 plus
Afghans. Yep.
Holy crap. But we finally got out of that northeast corner, buddy. I tell you what, I'm not down on anybody that live up in that area. I'm glad they live up there and they're happy and all that. You are not going to get my ass to live up there. Them people up there drive stupid. My gosh, they're crazy. Everybody's in a hurry anymore. It's just crazy. Gotta go, you know. And anyhow, that's my bicker for tonight there. I just want to call in and say hello to you. I'm out here listening, be listening to you all night. So if I can think of some more stuff, I'll give you a jingle, and you have a good morning. You sound better.
Feeling a little better each day. Just one day at a time, right? Yeah, voice is much stronger now, obviously. Yep. Let's see here. A couple from the email bag. Hello, Tater. Tater's listening in out there tonight. He said, have you ever seen a sunburned moose? Steve just wanted to let you know, Big Moose looks something that was a little closer to a nuclear reactor. He's toasted. If you get a chance to talk to him tonight, tell him to stop spending so much money on motorcycles and maybe invest in a little sunblock. Anyway, I'm heading toward London. Looking forward to the show. Thank you much, Tater. So, yeah, you took that big bike ride, and sounds like you took the long way home anyway. You sent me a message where, of course, he jumped on the bike just to take a ride. 10 hours later, ended up down in Arkansas. Then the next message I got this past day was he was somewhere up in Illinois. So he didn't take a direct route back. He took the roundabout way, making it back. Anyway, hello to Billy the Kid. Back in my own truck tonight, he says. Been driving Big Red the last couple of nights. Getting back in this jalopy is like getting out of a Rolls Royce and getting into a Model A Ford. But thanks for all the help last night. I actually managed to grab the right phone tonight. Yahoo! Anyway, headed back home from Fort Wayne. Should be home about 5 a.m., so looking forward to the shows. That means he'll be with us through the night tonight. And one more quickie, knuckle buster. We were talking about the Social Security and the potential for cuts if they don't address it by the year, what are they saying? Again, 2034. Well, right now, I remember the announcement was made here, and I think this story was just this past day that said after years of puny increases in Social Security checks, older Americans are likely to get the equivalent of a big raise next year. The 68 million people, retirees, disabled people, and others who rely on the benefits are likely to receive a 6 to 6.1% cost of living adjustment next year because of the COVID-related spike in inflation, according to the Senior Citizen League. That kind of increase would way outpace what you typically see. It's like a 1.4% average bump in payments since the year 2010. Now, this would be the largest increase since 1982. So for the average retiree who gets a monthly check of, say, $1,559 this year, a 6% increase would raise that payment by $93.54, which would translate to a monthly $1,652. Next month, the Social Security Administration will announce its cost of living adjustment for 2022 based on average annual increases in the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers, or what they call CPIW. All right, so that's, at least in the short term, you may actually see an increase. All right, let's see what's going on with Steve this morning. What's going on out there?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
Doing well.
Glad you're feeling better. Yeah, I read that same article about the Social Security increase. But, Token, you are right. By the year 2035, Social Security will be broke if they don't start funding that properly. Steve, there was an article I sent you a couple days back, it might have been yesterday even, about the taxes. You know, you could collect from all the billionaires in this country, you could collect all their money and it wouldn't be enough to support what the federal government spends. There's an article out there from CNS News. It's called The Right News Right Now. The federal government collected $3.5 trillion in federal income tax from September through August. You know, up to August of 2021. But Steve, here's the kicker. They spent $6.3 trillion.
Ah, okay.
So they put the country in So they put the country in deficit by $2.8 trillion in 1 year from all the spending.
Wow.
$1 trillion went to Social Security spending. And Steve, I don't know when the last time you collected a check from Health and Human Services, or if you've ever used the Health and Human Services Department. I'm not even sure what they do or what they spend their money on. Would that maybe be welfare, Medicaid, stuff like that? I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
They spent $1.3 trillion last year, Health and Human Services, which is a service that I would say most of us never used or use. That could include veterans benefits. I'm not really sure. But then again, the veterans benefits may be included in the military. And by the way, Steve, the military budget that we spent was $650 billion. They were the lowest.
Wow.
So Department of Health and Human Services got the most money, and the military got the least amount of money. So that'll tell you something. But they are going to be broke, Steve, in 2035. I mean, I'm eligible for Social Security in 2 years, which will be 2023. So if I'm on this earth for 11 more years, which the way things are going, I'll tell you what, I don't really give a damn, like Big Moose says. I've done a lot. I've done enough. I've done my time. I've done pretty much a lot of things that I've wanted to do, maybe except for climb Mount Everest. But, you know, it really doesn't matter at this point. But that's not really the reason I called, Steve, but I will forward you that article on the federal tax collection. It's a pretty interesting read.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that video I sent you, that trucker that those two kids shot on Tuesday afternoon?
Yes.
In South Nashville?
Yes.
Isn't that something? Steve, this area of South Nashville now, not far from where I'm living, I don't know where these kids are coming from. If they're coming from the city of Nashville, or these are kids that moved from Los Angeles or Chicago or what. But what they are, Steve, there's a bunch of wannabe gangbangers, and these kids were 22 and 19 years old, and thank God they caught them. You know, they were on camera. They got the temporary tag, I guess, on their car. But basically, they got cut off by a semi, apparently. They went around the semi. They pulled in front of this guy. They stopped the car, blocked them from going anywhere. They got out of the car with a gun, went up to the driver's door, and started popping caps into this truck driver.
Yep.
Thank God the guy's going to survive. And Steve, these kids need to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. You know, I'm talking double-digit years in prison for attempted murder. Not assault, attempted murder. I mean, they tried to kill that guy. And thank God they didn't. But this is going on constantly. On 840, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was another shooting on a road that I travel daily at night. This guy was on the side of him, and he just started firing caps out the passenger window, as a truck driver. So this is what we're subjected to now on the nation's highways. That if we do something that, excuse me, if we do something that pisses a four-wheeler off, they're going to start popping caps at us. It's just insanity out here, Steve.
Happens every day.
It really is. It's just insanity. But those two kids need to be. And I guess my wife was watching the news when I was talking to her before your show, but she's the one that told me about it, that the kids got caught. They also found a bunch of weapons in the apartment and a bunch of teenage kids that had these weapons, talking 15 and 16-year-old kids, which is basically the same thing that's going on in the inner cities of Chicago. You know, these kids are teenagers that are doing this crap. So it's just I don't know. See, since I moved to Nashville, I have not left my house because we have constitutional carry. I have not left my house without my water pistol. Have not, and will not, as this stuff continues. You know, and God forbid I ever have to pull that thing out to protect myself. But this is just out of control with what's going on in this country. You know, and thank God that the Nashville Metro PD, you know, investigated this and you know, caught those guys. And like I said, I just hope that they throw away the key for what they did to that driver. I mean, I just can't imagine sitting there in a tractor trailer and you got nowhere to go, you know, except basically duck. So it just goes on and on, Steve.
Yeah, the video I saw, they just cut right in front. You know, it's on a 2-lane road each direction. You know, 2 lanes going this way, 2 lanes the other. And this vehicle comes up and cuts right in front of the big truck. He stops, and that dude gets out of the car. That they stopped the video there because they don't actually let you witness the driver being shot. But he was shot in the abdomen, according to the reports. All right, quick 2-minute timeout as we roll toward the top of the hour. News update about 5 minutes away. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of bowling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there, with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmer's Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight.
Yes, indeed. That's what you got as we roll toward news update just a few minutes away. Let me see here. Let me get to the Red Mule. Checking in here on a Thursday. What's going on, Red Mule?
A couple items, Steve. First off, you sounded a little confused there when you were talking to Knucklebuster. The reason he knew how long that backup was, that Highway 70 runs pretty much parallel there to 40. And so he could tell when the backup started and stopped. I'm sure he can clarify that better for you than I can, but you just sound a little confused on that. So, hey, Steve, have you ever had anybody call your show and tell you that the Colorado River is frozen over in Yuma?
No, sir.
Okay. When somebody calls your show and tells you that the Colorado River is frozen over in Yuma, then we can start worrying about cuts to Social Security. It ain't going to happen, guys. There's one thing I can guarantee you. There's one group that all politicians are afraid of, and that's the old retirees. Now, they may inflate the dollar so bad that it'll be the same as being a cut, but they are not going to cut Social Security. That's going to be the last thing that ever happens. So that's don't get your knickers in a wad over that, because it ain't going to happen. I can guarantee you that.
So am I correct in my assumption that it's just they're kicking the can right now because they don't feel pressed to do anything because we've got 13 years, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. But it's the same way that they don't enforce the emissions on the RVs and everything like they do the big trucks. You know, they ain't scared of us truck drivers, but they're scared of them old people that drive those RVs down the road, because those old people, they got time to get out and vote, and they'll get out and vote, and all the politicians are afraid of them. And so it's, that's why AARP's got so much power that they do. So, how much time we got here, Stephen?
You want me to take care of my top of the hour news updates? That way we'll stay on. Let's stay on track, I guess. Don't get screwed up in the first hour, because we're right there. And you want to jump on board, several lines open at 844-844-3388. Closing out hour number one, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Joe Biden announced a new security partnership Wednesday seeking to serve as a bulwark against Chinese expansion and influence in the Indo-Pacific region. Joined by UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, Biden said the agreement will ensure that the three partners have the capability to deal with rapidly evolving threats. The president said that as part of the partnership, the U.S. would help Australia acquire nuclear-powered submarines, including the sharing of technology to help in that pursuit. The only other country that the U.S. has shared that knowledge with is the UK as part of a 1958 agreement. And Texas's Attorney General has sued a Northeast Texas school district for including a mask mandate in the district's dress code. AG Ken Paxton filed the suit earlier this week, accusing the Paris Independent School District of defying a law banning mask mandates in the state's schools. A judge issued a temporary restraining order against the district on Wednesday, preventing the school from enforcing its mandate. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button. Watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895. Toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
SpaceX's Inspiration 4 mission has lifted off from Kennedy Space Center, sending the first all-civilian mission into orbit. The 4-person crew is scheduled to spend the next 3 days in orbit before splashing down in the Atlantic Ocean. Astrophysicist Hakeem Ulisse tells ABC News that while the crew are civilians, there are still plenty of scientific experiments to be run during the mission.
Every mission has what we call a payload specialist, and that payload specialist is who is responsible for undertaking those experiments that we're talking about. So this crewed mission, although they are civilians, everybody has a job, just like they were in a military tank, on a military ship, or in a NASA rocket. And so the engineer there is the payload specialist, so that's who will be conducting those experiments. And there's all sorts of experiments you can do in space, those that involve zero-G, those that involve radiation, and that's what they're going to focus on here, because they're going much higher than they typically go.
And this is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
The Food and Drug Administration issued a report on Wednesday in which staff did not take a stance on whether to support approval of Pfizer's COVID vaccine for booster shots. In the document, the agency's scientists said that all of the available data had yet to be verified. Dr. Adam Brown is chair of the COVID-19 National Task Force at Envision Healthcare and tells CBS News that he agrees that there are aspects of the effectiveness of a booster shot that we just don't yet know.
Booster shots in and of themselves are not that controversial. Remember, we get tetanus boosters. We also get hepatitis B boosters. But what makes this a bit more controversial is that we've seen in some countries around the world that booster shots have been effective in preventing breakthrough illnesses. We saw that in Israel. But what we don't know is really the timing of when these boosters should be given. We also don't know, and as was mentioned in the previous report, is if people are going to take them. Well over 40% of the United States still remains fully unvaccinated. So there does become a bit of a logistical issue that we have to consider if we are going to permit booster shots for the entire population of the United States that have already received vaccines. That said, we do have some evidence that boosters are important for especially the elderly, as well as some that receive the vaccine very early when the vaccine was available, i.e. healthcare professionals.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, coming up here, we'll get to some of our industry headlines. First, let me get back to, all right, welcome back, Red Mule.
Steve, I'm going to bring up an unpleasant subject, but it's one that we talked about a couple of weeks ago. These last few loads I've hauled into Tennessee there, I've been able to get in there Saturday afternoon and then take off all day Sunday and get my 34-hour break in, so I had enough time to get back. But this week I'm running a day late because I replaced them. I'm going to surprise you here, Steve. I replaced the differentials in my truck, and I'm not going to bellyache about this old Peterbilt. I was there for a surprise. So
wow.
I got 750,000, 800,000 miles on them. I got my money's worth out of them. I can't complain about that. And I've been looking for an excuse to change the gear ratio on them anyhow, so that worked out. But anyhow, the reason I bring that up is, well, Steve, let me diverge a little bit here. you guys were talking about supply chains, and Demon was bringing up just-in-time freight. I think there's another factor involved with the poor production going on around, and that's all these companies going together. There's an outfit there in Salt Lake that I've dealt with off and on for 30 years, for gears and everything, been top of the line, but they got bought out by another outfit and, merged together. And so when we went to get those DFs, we can't ship them today because one's here and one's over at the other outfit. And so they were a day late getting in there. And then when they went to put them together, the front went together fine. And the back one, Steve, it was so messed up, you have to wonder if somebody tried to sabotage a darn thing. Or a couple of one part in there was worn out that should have been replaced. I mean, they were remans, that's fine, but they should replace some of those parts in there.
Mm-hmm.
And then they put another ring in there that didn't even fit around the shaft. And it didn't even make logical sense, but fortunately these guys working for Steve, I love to watch a craftsman at work. I don't care whether you're a cabinet maker or what you are. These mechanics were craftsmen, and it took them a while, but they got figured out. So anyhow, I'm a day late getting out there, so I'm driving on Sunday, and I don't know if it's self-flagellation or what it was, Steve, but I turned over to CNN and got that, whoever that guy is, GPS or whatever his show is. And, Steve, you try and give these guys a fair shake and see if they got something to contribute. But anyhow, at the end there, he gets running his mouth, that Musk there in New York. I guess, Anti-Defamation League or whatever was opposed to the Musk, and now they've changed their stand on that thing. I'm just thinking, Steve, we all shake our heads at how bad Biden screwed everything up, and we think, well, he can't screw anything more up. But I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he doesn't go down there and endorse that mosque being built down there. What do you think?
Yep.
I mean, we were talking the other day about expecting the unexpectable, and I just racking my brain trying to figure out what next that screw-up's going to come up with, and I'm sure there's something going to come up. So, hey, Steve, did you get that picture I sent you?
Yeah, Lisa's truck shop.
Oh, truck stop.
I thought it said shop.
It's truck stop. Oh, maybe it does. It's truck stop in there.
Is there? Okay.
And I didn't know if you wanted me to bring that up on the air or not. I didn't know if you wanted it known that the princess was associating with them lowly truck drivers, but I just thought you might get a kick out of it.
I got to send her the link to that. It actually says Lisa's Truck Center. Truck Center. I'm looking at on US 66.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's out there in Heat Waves country out there in Moriarty. So, well, Steve, I'm going to deliver in the morning. I'm going to be off for a week or so I'll talk at you later.
All right. Well, enjoy some time off. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, Lisa's Truck Center. He sent me the photo there, and he said, hey, I didn't know Princess owns a truck stop. Yep. All right. Thank you much. Who's next up here? We'll check in with Eagle, and then Grump's on the line. Then we'll get to Knuckle Buster. Hello, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. How you doing, Steve? Hey, listen, Steve, as much as I hate to say this, I'm not going to get, I'm mad about what's happening with this general guy, but it's not going to do no good to get upset about it, Steve, because I've listened to a lot of shows today when I was driving, talk shows. They're not going to do nothing about Millie. He's not going to lose his job, which is a disgrace. He's not going to resign because he ain't got the guts to do that. So look like this guy is another Democrat walks away laughing all the way to the bank, basically, because he knows that Joe Biden, he has the final say. And you and I both know that loser is not going to say nothing bad about this general, even though this guy made a phone call behind Donald Trump's back. Not to just any other country, Steve, to China. That's who this guy talked to. and told them that he would get him advance notice if Donald Trump planned any nuclear or any type of attack. If that's not treason, I don't know what is. So anybody who called in tonight, I'm not gonna waste my time arguing with you or talking about it. What this man, him and Joe Biden combined in Afghanistan, what they did is enough for him to be kicked out of the office. And now we've learned some new news about this guy today, Millie, about what he had done behind Trump's back. Both of them should be taken out of the White House immediately for treason against America. No ifs, ands, and buts. I don't want to hear no garbage about, well, he didn't. We don't know if it's true. Well, it's true, and you got the evidence right there. And it's not even worth arguing about. Like I said, the man is a turncoat on America. You see all the people that he left in Afghanistan. There's people still over there right now.
Yep.
And Joe Biden. So like I told you at the beginning of the call, Steve, it's not going to do no good to get upset, because they're not going to do nothing about Joe Biden. They're not going to do nothing about Milley. They're not going to do nothing about Kamala. They're not going to do nothing about Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, none of them. And they just stole another election from what it's been look like out in California. They look like they're people saying that Republican voters was, I don't know if you heard this news, Steve, that Republican voters were told that they wasn't allowed to vote, that they couldn't even get into the voting booth. And then one guy, he said on the interview, he said he went to the polling station and somebody had already voted for him. And he voted for the Democrat. He voted for the Newsom. This guy didn't even vote. He said somebody already voted for him. So it's crooked politics. Anybody that says that there wasn't no crooked politics going on in California, that's another lie that you could just fall for with the Democrats. And unfortunately, Steve, come 2024, Donald Trump or whoever the Republican nominee is, he better have, and I don't care, he better spend any amount of money it takes to have this to be the most secure election we ever had in the history of this country. And if that takes the military being there on hand, if it takes security, whatever you got to do to ensure that these Democrats don't steal this election, the Republican nominee, whoever that might be, he better do it, because these people can't be trusted, Steve. And like I say, this guy Gavin Newsom, he ain't got no business being in control of California. No business for this guy to even be in. Why would they even have this? See, the whole thing doesn't make sense. That's how you know he stole the election, Steve. Why would they have a re-election of this thing, saying they want to get this man kicked out of office, and then the very same people who claim that they were so dissatisfied with this guy, apparently, all of a sudden they turn around and vote for the guy. So the whole thing makes no sense whatsoever. And if anybody thinks there's not no dirty politics going on, then you're dumber than I think you are. But you know something, Steve? Here's something that's really upsetting about this whole deal, and it's all coming back, to China again. This China, what they have done with this coronavirus mandate, and I challenge anybody out there tonight. You name me one time that the Chinese government, the leader, or anybody else in power over there, have apologized to the world for releasing this virus out into society. The Chinese government or nobody associated with it has said they're sorry, and they ain't, because they're not sorry. And you won't hear them apologize about it, because they did it on purpose. And like I say, it was done to get Trump out of the White House. They accomplished everything they wanted to accomplish, Steve. And Joe Biden was right along with them. So anybody that's out there tonight, Steve, that thinks that Joe Biden, yeah, he is a very stupid person. And I mean that with a capital S about Biden. But all these things that have happened in the last 8 months that he's been in the White House, don't think that Joe Biden is that stupid that he would allow the southern border would be open, that he would allow Americans to be left in Afghanistan, that he would have a general working for him that had conspired against the president that he was working with. Don't think that Joe Biden, he just missed the innocent, that he didn't know none of this was taking place. He knew exactly what was going on. But here's the bad news for all the American people, Steve. Here's the real bad news that I got for American people, is that we got 3 more years of this. 3 more years of what this man could possibly do to the United States. And if that doesn't keep you awake at night, I don't know what will. So anybody who said he can't sleep at night, just think about what Joe Biden has planned for you and your family for the next 3 years. And I promise you that'll keep you up at night. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, it'd be hard to sleep, wouldn't it? Just looking at some of the headlines. Yeah, we talked, last evening we were discussing this whole Milley incident. Everyone's speaking out this past day. Representative Burkett says General Milley violated the Logan Act. Representative Zeldin says Milley acted outside the chain of command. Representative Wellberg, Milley's reported actions are concerning indeed. Let me see here. General Holt. Yeah, reports on Milley's actions alarming, if true. The acting defense secretary under former President Trump said Milley did not have authorization to make those calls to China. That's what's even more concerning. Mark Milley was never authorized to have secret calls with his Chinese counterpart in the final months of the Trump presidency over concerns that Trump could spark a war, according to former acting Secretary of Defense Christopher Miller. Miller added, if the accusations prove true, the general must resign immediately or be ousted. All right, we already went through what those discussions were all about. Miller called the allegations disgraceful, an unprecedented act of insubordination, and said the U.S. Armed Forces, from its inception, has operated under the inviolable principle of civilian control of the military. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is the highest-ranking military officer whose sole role is providing military-specific advice to the president, and by law is prohibited from exercising executive authority to the command forces. The chain of command runs from the president to the Secretary of Defense, not through the chairman. I don't know where it's going to go. Donald Trump spoke out about it this past day as well, and he just, like he always likes to do, he called it like it is. He said that dumbass chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, should be tried for treason if the reports are true. His quote was, if the story of dumbass General Milley, the same failed leader who engineered the worst withdrawal from a country, Afghanistan, in U.S. history, leaving behind many dead and wounded soldiers, American citizens, $85 billion worth of the newest, most sophisticated military equipment in the world, and our country's reputation is true, I assume he would be tried for treason. If he would have been dealing with his Chinese counterpart behind the president's back and telling China, he'd be given notification of an attack. You can't do that. He went on to say, the good news is that the story is fake news created by weak and ineffective General Milley and two authors who I refuse to give an interview to because they write fiction, not fact. Now, after calling the story fake news, Trump said immediate action should be taken against Milley so that another Afghanistan disaster never happens again. So I don't know if Trump's actually believing Milley did this or not, the way it sounds. But that's what you gotta, again, there were supposedly the two others that spoke out and said, hey, they were in the room and they're privy to the conversation and they would testify under oath, so we'll see where it goes. Quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yeah, like Eagle said at the beginning of his call, I don't think, I mean, at least at this point, it doesn't look like ain't nothing going to happen. President Biden is standing by General Milley. All right, while Republicans describe the actions as treasonous, if they indeed took place, Biden is backing him up. He said, I have great confidence in General Milley. Now, his brief comment, which did not touch on the veracity of the allegations, came after White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki told reporters separately that the president was standing by the general even if the calls did happen. So if he actually did it, Biden's still standing by it. Stand by your man. Psaki said Biden believes Milley is patriotic and that his fidelity to our Constitution is unquestionable, she says. She claims the context of when the calls took place was very important because Trump was fomenting insurrection, referring to January 6th, and there was concern about many members of his national security team in the wake of the Capitol breach. Okay. It's the obligation of every chairman of the Joint Chiefs to follow constitutional order to prevent unlawful military action. Yeah, twist and turn and change the narrative any way you can. What's going on this morning, Grump?
Yeah, finally got moving. 5 hours sitting there, and man, I'll tell you, I've never seen so damn many stupid truck drivers in my life. They, half of them were asleep. Cops coming around waking them up, and stuff. You lay on the horn or siren, whatever, and they wouldn't get up out of bed. So, and then when they did get up, it was a race to the construction zone right before the guy, where that idiot had that wreck. I guess he was hauling ass down the road, went off the road, cut back on, and then laid the truck over on its side, covering both lanes, westbound lanes. So it took, that long to get it set back up, moved out of the way. But anyway, we're back out here on the road. But, there ain't a damn thing going to happen to Milley. Number one, even if he testified, which he's not going to, if he was called in front of Congress to testify, it's not going to happen as long as the Democrats is running the show. That's a fact. Mm-hmm. The whole purpose of Milley, or this whole conversation, and I kind of agree with Trump on this. I'm a little skeptical about Bob Woodward's book anyway. I've read 2 or 3 of his books, and you got to, I guess, I don't know. Some of the stuff in there is a little bit iffy. In fact, it's a lot iffy. Although, his book about Obama's wars, Obama didn't deny any of the things that was said in that. So, in fact, he encouraged him to follow him around and let him write the book. But anyway, he would have to go in front of Congress, number one, and testify. And it would take an act of Congress to impose any kind of discipline on that man, outside of the fact that Biden could ask him for his resignation. But that's not going to happen either, because, if Milley did make the phone calls, it was to make Trump look bad. And, he just, went on ahead and did his deal, and that's exactly how it ended up. So, this is going to be another one of them things like, so many were saying, Hillary Clinton's going to be wearing a striped jumpsuit. I said, no, it ain't going to happen. She's above and beyond. And so's Milley. He's in that swamp. But, this recall election, I looked and, I was talking to Gouger there, right before he went home, and he looks like, Larry Elder is going to be governor. He said, "Do you think he is?" I said, "No, no, he's not." He has a good chance. He had a good chance of getting there. But when you look at it, 2 million people signed the recall on this idiot out there, and 65% said they didn't want to participate in it. Well, people kept looking at him, chipping away at his job approval rating for COVID and all the rest of this stuff. And, but they never did come right out and say that they wanted Gavin Newsom removed as governor. It was just overwhelmingly, so many people said, the election's over, he won the election. And, I listened to, just interview after interview of people, and I thought, they're not going to reach that 50% with him. He's going to remain in there. And look what happened. So, they can do a forensic audit on the, if the Republicans want to order it, but I don't see anything going to happen to it. I don't. I think there's so many Democrats is embedded in that. So many far left idiots is out there. They can look and see how that state's being run into the ground, and it wouldn't change things. That's what they like. They like control over the people, and that's what they have right now. It's no different than this crap that's going on again with the mask mandates and all the rest of this garbage, and Biden saying that he's going to look at the Constitution and see what he can impose on these governors that's not complying with his orders. Yep. and whatnot.
Yep.
What the hell is this country coming to when we let some wretched old guy like Biden? If these damn masks would have worked, if the mitigation would have worked, if the vaccines would have worked, we wouldn't be where we are today. All right, so it's going to take its course, and they might as well just sit back and let it happen. Whether you get it or not. I was reading that article about one of the vaccines today that said that after so long, you have a greater risk of getting COVID, after taking that after getting that shot, than you do, without it. And it's, I don't know if it breaks down your immune or what, what's going on. Hell, I got the Johnson & Johnson, the one shot deal there. And I did it because I did it, but if somebody would have walked up to me and said, this is a mandate, we're going to give you a shot, I'd have jabbed them in the eye with that damn needle. It wouldn't happen. As long as I can make the choice, right or wrong, it's my choice. But when some dumbass in government steps up and says you're going to wear a mask and you're going to get this vaccine, I'm going to fight them tooth and nail about it. It's not going to happen. I went in a McDonald's the other day, a McDonald's of all places, and this idiot said, "I'm not going to wait on you to put a mask on." And I said, "Are you serious?" And they said, "Yeah." I said, "That crap you're selling right there will kill somebody quicker than damn COVID will, and you're telling me that I need to wear a mask in here?" They're like, "Yeah." I'm looking around the place, Steve, and everybody in there sitting down eating a damn sandwich. There's no social distancing, whatever.
Yep.
Masks are off, and I'm saying, I need to wear a mask to order and then take it off. And the guy goes, yeah. And I said, I'd have punched you stupid ass right through this glass here, you idiot. I said, I can't believe you people are this damn dumb. He said, hey, it ain't my doings. I said, well, why in the hell even enforce something like that? He said, you going to put a mask on? And I said, no, hell no, I'm not going to put a mask on. You know, so I'm done with McDonald's. I don't care where it's at. I'll starve before I eat McDonald's again. But this is the crap that's going on.
Yeah.
Now,
and remember early on when everybody, when they put up all those plastic barriers, like at the grocery and the restaurants and the convenience stores, I mean, the researchers came back later and said those barriers didn't do anything to prevent. I mean, the damn virus is airborne, and it just because there's something right there in front of you, I mean, it's just going to go float right over top, and you're breathing the same air, and they didn't do anything. But I got to get my news break in here. Hang in there. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
For the first time, an all-civilian crew has been launched into orbit. SpaceX's Inspiration 4 mission lifted off from Kennedy Space Center Wednesday night, sending the 4-person crew into space and on a track to reach an orbit 360 miles above the surface of the Earth. If they reach that altitude, it would be the highest since the Gemini 10 and 11 missions in 1966. The crew is scheduled to spend 3 days in space before splashing down Sunday in the Atlantic Ocean. And President Joe Biden announced a new security partnership Wednesday seeking to serve as a bulwark against Chinese expansion and influence in the Indo-Pacific region. Joined by UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, Biden said that the agreement will ensure that the three partners have the capability to deal with rapidly evolving threats. The president said that as part of this partnership, the U.S. would help Australia acquire nuclear-powered submarines, including sharing the technology to help in that pursuit. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, under the industry headlines, Delaware Department of Transportation has issued a commercial vehicle travel restriction for a construction zone where there's been way too many crashes. The truck ban actually went into effect this past day along I-95 northbound from I-495 to north of the Brandywine River Bridge in Wilmington. The signage information informing drivers of the ban is in approaching the I-95-495 northbound split. This restriction, they say, will remain in place until the construction project is completed. The restriction does not apply to southbound I-95 because there are multiple access points and difficulty enforcing the restriction, but officials strongly urge truck drivers use I-495 as an alternate. They opted to put the truck restrictions in place due to a growing number of crashes involving commercial vehicles. Since the beginning of the rehabilitation project, there have been nearly 24 crashes involving tractor trailers in that construction zone. Now, they do say while the tractor trailer operators are not always at fault in these incidents, the crashes have shut down the roadway for lengthy periods of time, and this is just one more step we're taking trying to increase safety in the construction zone. So that ban, again, is in place as we speak on the northbound side. And let me see if we can get back to the grump here. Take two. Welcome. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, it's, this whole damn COVID thing is just, it's just driving me up the freaking wall. I went I went the other day to our local Staples and thought, well, I'll go in there and buy a new laptop. No, I was looking for one about $500, $600, something like that. And just as soon as you walk in the door, the kids hand you a mask. Here, put the mask on. I said, I ain't wearing that damn mask. They said, well, you got to come in here. You're going to come in here. I said, well, something, you just lost $500 sale. I'm not wearing a mask. Hell, I'll call Amazon. They can bring the damn thing to the house. It's just, I am sick of this stuff that it just doesn't seem like it's ever going to get over. And it's as long as these idiots keep carrying it on and acting like they've got some control over the people, this is what we're going to deal with. It makes absolutely no damn sense to me whatsoever. And it just, and I'll tell you, man, I went today and was getting an oil change on my truck. And it took 4.5 hours to get an oil change. They're trying to train some kid to work on. I said, is this his first truck he's done? He said, no, he did one other one. I said, how long did that take? And he said, I don't know. It wasn't on my shift. I said, really? So I'm talking to this kid, and he's, kind of looking around, and he's, he's wanting to learn the job. And I can understand that. Hell, I guess it's paying better than what the last job he worked. And I commend him for working, for getting out and wanting to earn a living. But the other guys that were there were sitting on their ass and letting him doing everything. So I went in there. I said, look, this kid don't know a damn thing what he's doing, and you fools are sitting here. I said, somebody messes up my truck, and they're going to be an ass whooping, in this place tonight. I said, I'm sick of this crap. I'm sick of paying for damn stuff and then having to go back through and redo something because they don't want to do anything. Well, they got done with it. It cost me $336 or something like that for the $66, I think is what it was, for the oil change. And so I'm looking at him. I said, how was the boxes? And the guy looked at me like I had 8 heads. He said, what was it? And I said, the boxes, the transmission, the 2 rear ends. I said, I don't see them on here. I told you check those. Well, we don't do that. And I said, it's a damn PM. Why don't you do that? He said, well, we just don't do it. And I said, well, how about getting your ass out there and check them like I asked you to? It just, the work ethic anymore, Steve, is just, it's going down the tubes, man. Waitresses and stuff, I try to give them a little extra money, for wait, just hell, they can't find work. And some of these older women, I'm talking, older than I am, and they're just working their butts off at these damn restaurants and stuff like that. Had an old lady today, she was shuffling around there doing the best job she could. People's bitching, raising hell, and she said, well, we just can't get people to work.
Mm-hmm.
And she's working her butt off, and I went up, paid the bill, and I think my bill was $16, and I gave her a $20 tip. I said, I appreciate you, doing the best you can. That's all you can do. She said, well, you're about the only one today that had yelled at me about something. I said, something, when they're yelling at you, they ain't nobody going to fire you. I said, pick you a spot out on the side of their damn head and knock the crap out of them. I said, it just, this crap's got to stop. It just, this COVID is just, it's when its limit with me as far as I'm concerned, man. Whether anybody gets it or not, in my family, I don't, hell, everybody's had shots and, people are still getting it and all this other crap. What happens. It's just time to open the damn country back up and say, hey, look, we gave it a shot. Let the herd immunity take over. And, man, I'll tell you, it's just an everyday occurrence right now of some stupid stuff. When you turn that news on, you don't know what the hell's going to happen. Joe Biden is as far out in outer space as you can possibly get. I don't even think he's lucid enough to know what the hell's going on. Either that or he's just, sly like a damn fox and knows everything's going on. He's just playing like Rain Man. So I don't know, man. I tell you, it's, when's it going to end? Who knows? I just, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. It's just dragging on. And, if the Republicans could get off their ass and start campaigning and pointing out every damn thing that this fool's doing wrong and things like that and do it in a constructive manner, they may be able to take the House and the Senate. And, but I guess a few people just think that that's going to happen anyway. Hell, he's just messed up. Well, they got one channel telling, the fact that, that he's messing up. The rest of them are kissing his ass. So, you know, the tail is not getting out there the way it should. And I don't know, man. We'll see, but I hope they don't squander this away. They got a golden opportunity to pull it together and do the right thing, and you know, we'll see how that works out. But you know, it might wind up like the California election. You know, idiots back in there.
Yep.
That's about all I got for tonight, man.
Thank you, Grump. Have a good morning. Great to have you with us. There you go. Get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana. Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of pulling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmer's Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much, and welcome back. As we work our way time zone to time zone, got a Thursday coming on here. Weekend on the horizon. Wow, look at there. 10 before the hour. Morning, Lone Ranger.
Good morning. I'm on a road trip coming back up from Florida. He sent me down to get the boss's wife's car, actually. He sold his condo on the beach because for $1.7 million, I guess I'd sell it too, but I had to go down and get her car. Anybody on 95 north, just north of Richmond, about the 85 mile marker, there's a four-wheeler spun around, hit the guardrail, and it must have just happened. They had the overhead signs lit warning you about it, but there wasn't any first responders there yet, so it's probably tied up back there by now.
Okay.
But to expand on what Grump was saying, he always makes sense because he knows what he's talking about. This whole vaccine mask thing is purely political, and we have proof that it's political. First of all, let's not forget what happened last election. They wanted everybody to stay in their house, and that was their excuse for the mail-in votes. Can't go out in person because you can't spread the COVID. So we saw the end result of that. We wound up with a mentally deficient person in the White House. Now, here's what gets me. Biden comes to the podium. Now, the vaccine that he's pushing is the same vaccine that him and Kamala said that they would never take because Trump was associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're telling everybody else to take the same vaccine that they said they'd never take, which they did take after the election was over. So there's the politics there. Now, you come to the podium and say, okay, if you don't get vaccinated, you might lose your job. If you don't wear a mask, you can't go here, you can't go there. The same guy who is not only letting illegals come across, knowing that they are COVID positive, and some of the groups are like 40% of them are COVID positive. If that isn't bad enough, then they're putting them on airplanes and buses and knowingly sending COVID positive people, distributing them around the country and not even telling the states when they're coming. So that's the super spreader right there. The last super spreader before that was Obama's birthday party. After that super spreader, there was 63 people that tested positive because nobody wore a mask. So they're pushing the mask thing so they can try to keep you home next year, and they can push the mail-in ballots because they were very successful with the mail-in ballots for Biden. That's how he got in. You can't cheat if you're in person, or at least they haven't found a way yet. So it's all political. And the other test is there have been, oh, by the way, the Afghan refugees haven't been tested, and some of them are COVID positive, but we don't hear anything about that. And the other example of not a super spreader, some of these college football games, the stadiums have been full. I mean, full to the max. And I haven't heard one story about any spreading of any COVID from all those people unmasked in all them stadiums, shoulder to shoulder, not 6 feet apart, not even 1 foot apart. So the whole thing is BS. Grump's 100% right. It's all BS. It's all political. Anything, when you hear, I said this a million times, when you hear a Democrat speak and you think to yourself, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense to me. You have to figure out the political calculation because that's all it is. Now, on this, and then I forgot what I was going to say. The Republicans, I think the only reason why they haven't, well, probably two reasons why they haven't filed impeachment papers. Actually, supplying weapons to the enemy, in my opinion, is an act of treason. So not only, I mean, impeachment, okay, they wouldn't get the votes because the Democrats still control, but the optics would be okay, unless the Republicans, since they take office, they don't have any scrotums, but they're afraid they might lose a few votes because somebody might get mad at them. I think that's the only reason why they're not filing impeachment papers. This guy should be in jail. And I don't even want to hear him start to talk about gun control anymore. The place they needed gun control was Afghanistan. He's saying Americans can't have an AR-15, but about 300,000 M16s, which of course was designed after the AR-15, were given to our enemy. We're seeing them on the news wearing American uniforms, carrying M16, driving our... I mean, how bad can this get? This is pathetic. Now, I have a request from the audience. Oh, by the way, this car I'm driving, this is the boss's wife's car. I had to read the book to figure out half the crap in here, how to work it. But it's a 2018 Range Rover, but it's the top of the line model. It's called a Valor or Velour or something like that. But it has a V8 in it, and it has an 8-speed automatic transmission. And I'm pulling 31 miles to the gallon at 70 to 75 miles an hour with the air conditioner on with this thing. And it's got all kind of neat stuff on it. The cruise control, oh, by the way, the speedometer, you don't have to look at the speedometer to see how fast you're going. You just look out the windshield. There's a hologram out there. It looks like it's at the edge of the hood, by the grill, but of course, obviously it's not. But it's a hologram that tells you how fast you're going just by looking out the windshield. So I thought that was pretty cool. And then the cruise control, and I found this out by accident. I set the cruise control on 75, speed limit 70. And when you come up on a slower vehicle, say the guy's, doing 70, 72, whatever, the cruise control automatically slows down to the same speed that vehicle's going, so you can't come up on it with the cruise control on. And then as soon as you move over to the left lane to pass the person, without touching the gas or anything, it speeds back up to what you have it set at.
Wow.
And it's got a big, romping stereo and, electric moon roof and all this other stuff. Half these gadgets I haven't even figured out yet. But anyway, I don't need them. I just need a radio and be able to go fast. So I looked in the glove box to get the book out to try to figure out everything is pictures in here, and pictures of everything. I try to figure it out. And in the book, I found the original window sticker. This thing in 2018 cost $85,000.
Wow.
And I thought, I can't imagine what they are now. This thing's 3 years old. It's only got 27,344 miles on it. You don't hardly drive it. So anyway, I need help from the audience. I'm going nuts with this because I don't have experience with this. I inherited a couple of investment accounts that are directly related to the stock market. And all I'm hearing is if this 3.5 trillion monstrosity, 10,000 page thing goes through, which they're trying to maneuver that too.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to say the infrastructure is attached to it. So if you vote against the one with all the tax, there's $3 trillion worth of tax increases in the big one, the 10,000 page one. And what I'm afraid of, and I'm hearing it on the financial channels, they said if this thing goes through, you're going to see a major sell-off. And I don't want to be sitting on stocks and lose half of what I just inherited. So you've got some listeners that are pretty well versed and pretty intelligent about investments, Red Mule and a couple others. I'm going to probably be up all night so I can listen. I'd love to hear what they think about what's going to happen. We can't really predict, but should I cash out or should I hang on? I don't want to hang on and lose. And basically the stock market, it was about 35,700 when I inherited this stuff. And it's down to, I think, 34 and something. It's kind of almost holding steady. But I'd be the one, if it drops way, way down, I'd lose all kinds of money and I'd look like an idiot. So I'd like to have some advice on that. And what the heck, that was the last thing. Wasn't China. One more thing I wanted to talk about, and I can't remember what the heck it was now. What's the other happening thing that's in the news? There's the California thing. 64% voted to keep Newsom. Now that tells me one of two things. Either 64% of the people in California are total water on the brain airheads. I mean, you look at what's going on. It's horrible. The crime. When I was out there in January 2020, I saw in person all those encampments along the highway.
Mm-hmm.
You drive along 101 through near downtown. When you get off the ramp, it's all tents and blue tarps. It's pathetic. San Francisco, they're still crapping in the streets. And on a sidewalk, they got the poop patrol. They pay guys $70,000 a year to pick up poop. Now, how bad can it get? Illegals are doing better than the American citizens. I've been looking at houses in Arizona, and you can't get close to a house in Arizona because half of California is moving over there. And the prices are so inflated right now. I look at the sale history of these houses, and one quick example, I looked at a small house. It was $220,000. In February of this year, it sold for $100,000. So you got all the flippers out there, the house flippers are buying them up. And people are coming in from California that just sold their house for $800,000 and buying everything up. But I need some advice on this tax thing. The California thing, don't forget, Newsom sent a bunch of people checks, $600 a piece. So he probably got some votes out of that, just like Biden did with $300 a week. He's looking for votes. But I need some advice on this stock thing because I'm one step above moron on this, and I don't want to wind up losing out. So, all right, that's all I got, Steve.
All right. Isn't it always about trying to find a safe haven, as they say? But, yeah, I'm no expert on that either. It is top of the hour, news update time, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Joe Biden announced a new security partnership Wednesday seeking to serve as a bulwark against Chinese expansion and influence in the Indo-Pacific region. Joined by UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, Biden said the agreement will ensure that the three partners have the capability to deal with rapidly evolving threats. The president said that as part of the partnership, the U.S. would help Australia acquire nuclear-powered submarines, including the sharing of technology to help in that pursuit. The only other country that the U.S. has shared that knowledge with is the U.K. as part of a 1958 agreement. And Texas's Attorney General has sued a Northeast Texas school district for including a mask mandate in the district's dress code. AG Ken Paxton filed the suit earlier this week, accusing the Paris Independent School District of defying a law banning mask mandates in the state's schools. A judge issued a temporary restraining order against the district on Wednesday, preventing the school from enforcing its mandate. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button. Watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895. Toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
SpaceX's Inspiration 4 mission has lifted off from Kennedy Space Center, sending the first all-civilian mission into orbit. The four-person crew is scheduled to spend the next 3 days in orbit before splashing down in the Atlantic Ocean. Astrophysicist Hakeem Ulisse tells ABC News that while the crew are civilians, there are still plenty of scientific experiments to be run during the mission.
Every mission has what we call a payload specialist, and that payload specialist is who is responsible for undertaking those experiments that we're talking about. So this crewed mission, although they are civilians, everybody has a job, just like they were in a military tank, on a military ship, or in a NASA rocket. And so the engineer there is the payload specialist, so that's who will be conducting those experiments. And there's all sorts of experiments you can do in space, those that involve zero-G, those that involve radiation, and that's what they're going to focus on here, because they're going much higher than they typically go.
And this is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
The Food and Drug Administration issued a report on Wednesday in which staff did not take a stance on whether to support approval of Pfizer's COVID vaccine for booster shots. In the document, the agency's scientists said that all of the available data had yet to be verified. Dr. Adam Brown is chair of the COVID-19 National Task Force at Envision Healthcare and tells CBS News that he agrees that there are aspects of the effectiveness of a booster shot that we just don't yet know.
Booster shots in and of themselves are not that controversial. Remember, we get tetanus boosters. We also get hepatitis B boosters. But what makes this a bit more controversial is that we've seen in some countries around the world that booster shots have been effective in preventing breakthrough illnesses. We saw that in Israel. But what we don't know is really the timing of when these boosters should be given. We also don't know, and as was mentioned in the previous report, is if people are going to take them. Well over 40% of the United States still remains fully unvaccinated. So there does become a bit of a logistical issue that we have to consider if we are going to permit booster shots for the entire population of the United States that have already received vaccines. That said, we do have some evidence that boosters are important for especially the elderly, as well as some that received the vaccine very early when the vaccine was available, i.e. healthcare professionals.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it here on a Thursday. Great to have you along for the ride through the late night, early morning hours. Go back to hour number 1. Some of our other listening friends checking in. Hello from Joe in cool Colorado. Morning, Joe. Norman's on board, checking in from north central Kansas, where it's a clear night, 70 degrees at the home 20 there. Let's see, high pressure pumping, trucking through Fort Wayne, Indiana, a load of flour, so y'all can have your Oreos. Thank you. Eskimo Mom said Moose got what they call an Iron Butt Award for that trip. He's actually up, working his way to the truck, if you're getting there already. That was, again, a little over an hour ago. And there you go. Hello to One Crazy Ray on board this morning, chiming in. Let's see. East Tennessee Hillbilly on board. Anybody got the after show number and pin? Yeah, I can. Okay, somebody already shared that. Big Moose shared it. Eskimo Mom shared it. There you go. Got it all covered, right? Good to have you on board. Our number is 844-844-3388. One of our listening friends, Carl, who just found us this past weekend. He was a long-time listener, emailer to the program, and he just came across us, he said by accident, last weekend. He's back into, jumping in with some emails, some sentiments and comments, and he sent me an email this past evening. He said, what is this real reason for this vaccine urgency? Now, everybody has their own sentiments, but he said, over the last several weeks, I've wondered why there's such an urgency for vaccine people. Now, these shots have obviously proven that they're not vaccines, as they do not stop the virus. In fact, the Oxford University Clinical Research Group found vaccinated COVID patients carry 251 times the viral load compared to unvaccinated patients. So we know the urgency has nothing to do with stopping the spread, but let's quickly review the vaccine timeline. Pfizer vaccine started rolling out December 14 with supply, logistics, and refrigeration issues. The Moderna vaccine and less popular Johnson & Johnson jabs were justified by the FDA soon after. Now, per the CDC statistics, things really ramped up in February and March, with a spike of 4.58 million shots on March 13 and the peak of 4.63 million on April the 10th. Keep in mind, the second shots were scheduled for 45 days after the first shots. So they would have started around February 1st of this year and aided in the mid-March spike and the mid-April peak, while around 15% didn't get the second shot again, according to the Centers for Disease Control. Some people got the first and didn't go back for the second. So why are they in such a rush? Well, remember the deformed Zika babies? This could start earlier with the single jab victims. But if we calculate 9 months from the start of the double jab victims on February 1st, we may start seeing Biden-deficient babies hatching in early November. Will something be wrong with these babies, or will we find there are no vax babies because vaccinated people can no longer conceive? There may be a second reason for the urgency of Fauci and the establishment corporate globalists. Remember COVID-1, the SARS CoV-1 that happened in 2002 and 3? Well, COVID-2, COVID-19, is 96% the same as CoV-1. You may know where I'm going with this. What happened when the COVID-1 mRNA vaccine was tested on cats and the MERS mRNA was tested on ferrets back then? The animals didn't die immediately from the shot. According to Dr. Lee Merritt, the animals' immune systems were given time to incorporate the vaccine into their immune system, but then, per study results, were given the COVID-1 virus 12 to 24 months later. All of the animals died. If this happens to humans, the vaccinated who are getting the virus now are the lucky ones because their bodies have not yet fully accepted and hidden the vaccine inside their immune system. This gives them a chance to live. However, it's possible the vaxxed who get COVID starting sometime around Christmas this year, and especially those with the second shot starting February 1st, may suffer greatly. Yeah, the worst could come in March and April per the earlier discussed vaccine timeline. The vax urgency is that the big money knows they have a deadline for vaccinating that 70% depopulation goal and doing booster shots to assure death. Because if you have COVID-deformed babies or 20 to 50% less births, and suddenly a massive number of vaxxed people dying from the virus after the mRNA has had time to fully integrate into the immune system, the vaccine lie and the booster lie are over, and the people will finally be coming after their oppressors. Should this happen, there will likely be no May of 2022 primary elections, no November of 2022 general elections, because there will be COVID bodies in the streets. Carl in Cedarville. All right. Does anybody know? Does anybody know? You hear the research that changes with each passing day. Matter of fact, if I don't think I had it in the email last evening that is it the CDC or the FDA are actually now, they're changing what the definition of a vaccine is. Yeah, just go with the times, right? I just thought I'd share the email, take it for what it's worth. Does anybody know? Another day, another Chevy Bolt story. General Motors is now advising Chevrolet Bolt owners, don't park your car within 50 feet of other vehicles to reduce the risk of a potential fire spreading to nearby cars and trucks. That warning following the recall of the 140,000 electric vehicles produced since 2016 due to the risk of batteries spontaneously catching fire from some rare manufacturing defects. GM has confirmed fires in at least 12. More continue to be reported. At least one of the recalled vehicles reportedly caught fire and spread to a Maserati and Hyundai in Sacramento, California. This parking advice is being given to customers that call into the company's call center about parking their vehicles in parking lots or structures, according to the GM spokesman. Now, this is different from the previous warnings involving parking your vehicles outside, not charging when unattended overnight, and changing the car's charging settings that were all issued to all the owners. In an effort to reduce potential damage to structures and nearby vehicles, in the rare event of a potential fire, we recommend parking on the top floor or on an open-air deck and park 50 feet or more away from another vehicle, according to the email. So, I guess if you're going to the parking garage at the hospital, go to the top level. So if your car spontaneously combusts, it doesn't spread to a dozen other vehicles in the parking garage. All right, let's get back to it. Hey there, Knuckle Buster, what's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I was just reading an article. There's a 101-year-old woman. She's still playing deadliest catch up there in Maine. She's trapping lobsters every day. So, wow, what a deal. That's pretty awesome for 101. Lone Ranger, that's all phony baloney money, especially at cryptocurrency. My advice is to invest in brass, copper, lead, and some of that Big Bang powder there, right?
Uh-huh.
And Grump did call it right tonight, driving too fast for road conditions, following too close, distracted driving. Speed doesn't kill anyone. It just cuts your reaction time down drastically. And the speeders are always the ones that mess it up for everyone else. Not only did he put his own life in danger, but he put Grump's life in danger as well. He might have a lawsuit there, Grump. Might be. And every time I see old Doofus Magoo on TV, I think I'm watching a rerun of Lost in Space, Steve. So, Red Mule, I'm sorry my math was a little whopper jawed tonight, but when you're driving 70 mile an hour down the road, trying to talk on the phone, and your brain just don't work right sometimes there, but we'll get it right next time there. Y'all can go to sleep tonight. There won't be no need to stay up and watch Thursday night NFL football between the Washington Reds football team versus the New Jersey Giants. When Eli retired, he showed him he was not the problem of being able to win a ball game there. Both teams are 0-1 tonight. Somebody's going to be 1-1 and 0-2. And I'm just blowing smoke right now, but I don't really blame those people for shooting at them truck drivers with their Nerf guns since someone else used my water blaster innuendo. I've seen the way you drive out there. It makes me want to drench you too there. And I got news for you. 99% of the stuff you see on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and the internet that Al Gore invented is 100% hogwash. And when AOC attacks the rich dress, doesn't she know that's the biggest joke among the rich people? They'll tell you that's what CPAs are for.
Mm-hmm.
Loophole, buddy. A first edition of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein set a new world record for a printed work by a woman when it was auctioned for $1.17 million. Run into Bubba again yesterday. He said he had finally figured out bra sizes, T.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, A is almost boobs, B is barely boobs, C is can't complain, D is dang, double D is a double dang, E is enormous, and F is for fake. So that's all my baloney for right now. So
that works. All right.
I hope Mama Knucklebuster ain't listening right now. We'll just try to stay out of trouble, right?
Double dang. I got an email from one of our listening friends in regards to Lone Ranger, who is a professional trader, investor. And he says, the best advice anyone should ever give another regarding investments is If you're worried about it, then sell enough so you can sleep at night. That kind of makes sense. If you're worried about hanging on to it and the bottom falling out, whatever, maybe not cash it all in, but sell enough so you can sleep at night. And then if that snowball starts rolling downhill, you can dump the rest. But all right, there's one piece of advice. Thank you very much. 22 past the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder, Andy Matoush, firmly believed the American trucker should work smarter and not harder. That's why he developed the Turbo 3000, made in America by Americans for Americans.
To be successful, just install the Turbo 3000 on your truck. Increase your fuel economy, increase your horsepower while reducing emissions.
But don't take our word for it. Here's another Turbo 3000 success story.
I've had a Turbo 3000 on my 500 ISX Cummins, and I've noticed an increase in fuel economy over those 2.5 years that is better than what it had been without the Turbo 3000. I've noticed smoother idle, not so much smoking. For the price, I don't believe it can be beat.
Attention listeners to America's Trucking Network. Right now, as a special thank you, get a discount of $25 off and free shipping on your purchase of the Turbo 3000. For more information, visit us at turbo3000.com. Like us on Facebook or Instagram, or call us at 833-474-7774.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, somebody said the only way to get the truth and the facts about Mark Milley, Willy Milley, would be to release the transcripts of the call. Wasn't there some sort of a conversation, involving potential impeachment where they were demanding the release of the transcripts? Can't remember what that was. Right? Yeah, well, they released the transcripts. What's going on this morning, Gilligan?
Oh, not much. Just driving up the road, eating Greasy Cups. My normal thing over here on I-81. Been pretty quiet night since I got out of the Winchester area. Got about 40 miles south, road turned dry, and I've been on dry road ever since. Hopefully it's dried up home when I get up there. I want to touch on this bill, the Social Security thing, a little bit. A lot of people probably already know this, maybe some don't. The average lifespan of a man, last I checked, was like 78 or something like that. And the average income of a man over his lifespan, he will actually have a negative return on his investment in what he's paid into Social Security. Because of the average lifespan on a woman is longer, they actually have a positive return, but it's only like a 1% return on investments, which means we've paid for this Social Security already. And think about all the people that has already that passed away before they ever got to draw Social Security, or even passed away well before that average lifespan. My father, he died at age 60. He never they're saying it's run out of money, but the reason it's running out of money is because the government has been robbing that Social Security fund ever since, I believe it was LPJ took the money out of it to pay for that great welfare society he started. It infuriates me. I was trying to find the story on the age. The only thing I found was the return on investment is just over 1%. And I can't find anything on what age that is. But there's an age where it gets to that point. That's what I have to say on the Social Security. There's absolutely no reason why it should be running out of money. We paid the taxes. We put the money into it. So why is we running out of money? But, well, you're talking about a possible 6% increase they're calling for next year on the
Right.
Social Security. Well, that's because inflation's through the roof.
Correct.
That's all it is. It has nothing to do with the seniors actually getting more money. It's because the cost of everything's cost of living's went up.
They won't be able
And
to
they don't
get. You'll get the same amount of groceries every week than you would before, or maybe based on the way the inflation is going, you may still get a little bit less. But that's what it's based on, and that just goes to prove that inflation is going off the charts.
Yep. And on top of that, they don't put in medical bills. Medical bills is through the roof. That inflation's even higher. And the way Medicare is, you've got to have supplemental insurance, or you can't afford to get sick. It's crazy. People say free healthcare. Well, here's an idea. Now, I'm going to throw this out there, and I'm probably going to get a little slack on this, right? A little bit of crap on this. My opinion, that Social Security, Medicare, you've reached the retirement age. All right, there you go. Medicare, you should be able to get you there in free medical, because let's face it, you paid into that system all them years. Most people about 50 years. All right, they're veterans. You should be able to get free medical care. Also, if you are truly physically or mentally disabled, I'm not talking about, there's a lot of people out there that's on disability that have no business being on. I know you know people like that.
Mm-hmm.
Can actually work. They've slundered their way onto medical, on the Social Security disability. I can see taking care of those people. At the local Walmart, you're about 20 minutes from my house. There's two people that work in there that absolutely, it's just outstanding because of what they've overcome, and they go to work on a regular basis, work full time. One lady is so physically handicapped, she has to sit in a special chair a lot of times. I haven't seen her there lately, but she was a greeter there at the Walmart. There's another man there that works there. His one arm is totally useless. It's just shriveled up, and his hands all boogered. He only able to work with one arm. He works in the produce section. I applaud people like that, overcoming their disabilities and going out to work. We've got a few listeners. Look at Monkey Gouger. Look at Blind Man. It's amazing. I don't have a problem taking care of people like that. But I truly applaud the people that come out here that put their nose to the grindstone and actually overcome their disabilities. Well, I will leave you with a little bit of a beach story. Me and Mary Ann was sitting there on the boardwalk there Wednesday evening eating ice cream. This big old burly biker, about 6'5", about 350, got the big old hairy arms sticking out of his vest. The look. Had a T-shirt on. It said, "To show your boobies." Well, this old woman, about 80 years old, walks up to him, reaches down, pulls the dress up to her knee, but just above her knees, and there they was. There in the bra, about like 2 oranges in bread sacks, I thought that was kind of funny. Well, that's all I got for now. Take care.
Thank Thank you, Gilligan. Have a good morning. We got to get our news break here. And I saw the story about the school where I guess the mayor in this town here up toward Cleveland gave the entire school board the option of resigning or face charges for, I think, essentially pushing child pornography. Kind of give you the rest of the story coming up. What's that all about? Demon, got you up next. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Joe Biden announced a new security partnership Wednesday seeking to serve as a bulwark against Chinese expansion and influence in the Indo-Pacific region. Joined by UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, Biden said the agreement will ensure that the three partners have the capability to deal with rapidly evolving threats. The president said that as part of the partnership, the U.S. would help Australia acquire nuclear-powered submarines, including the sharing of technology to help in that pursuit. The only other country that the U.S. has shared that knowledge with is the UK as part of a 1958 agreement. And Texas's Attorney General has sued a Northeast Texas school district for including a mask mandate in the district's dress code. AG Ken Paxton filed the suit earlier this week, accusing the Paris Independent School District of defying a law banning mask mandates in the state's schools. A judge issued a temporary restraining order against the district on Wednesday, preventing the school from enforcing its mandate. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, jump back into it here. Get right back to the calls. As he normally says, just another day in paradise. What's going on, Scotty?
Soggy here in South Carolina.
Soggy. All right.
Yeah, we're rain falling. He's talking about those Chevy Volts. Okay, so now we're going to social distance when we park.
Uh-huh.
Find someplace you can park where you get 50 feet apart from another vehicle. They don't even make the parking spots big enough for, a car your size or mine anymore, Yeah, good luck with that. But makes me want to go out and buy me a electric vehicle, just so I can watch it burn. But guess I'll be getting a call from my dispatcher now that you say the snow's going to start falling in the Northwest. They're going to want me to start running up there now. Being I ain't been up there all summer, they'll it's the wintertime and let me run up there.
I'll go figure.
Yeah.
Go play in the snow.
My advice to the Lone Ranger is get a financial advisor. He's not going to give you this is a trucking channel. Some of us know how to invest money and stuff like that, but everybody's going to give you a different idea. I mean, I'd say, if you're that worried about it, take and put it in bonds, but they're printing money and everything like that. Borrowing money, bonds probably the best way to go. You're only going to get, small percentage return, but it is age. I wouldn't want to lose it all.
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe there is a lot of room for correction in the market right now. Some people say, 10% is a correction. I think they're looking at, a 30 to 50% correction.
Wow.
I really do.
Really?
And, of course, he was talking about, the Dow Jones number at 35,000. That's only the top 30. You got the NASDAQ and the SP, which is your top 500. You don't really look at the Dow Jones number because that's your top 30 stocks. But and there are recession-proof stocks, but P&G and Walmart, things that really are not going to they're not going to fall. Not going to fail. You can go that way, but like I said, I would get a financial advisor and let them figure it out, and what he should do. They know better than what most of us do. If I ever had a bunch of money, I'd have a financial advisor try to explain to me where to put it, and because like I said, you're not gonna make it. You put it in the bank right now. The interest rates are zero.
Oh yeah, it just sits there.
Any money in the bank. Yeah. So, like I said, it Ranger's age being retired already. He really can't afford, a high risk. At my age, I can be a little bit more risky on what my investments are because hopefully the market will, do good, until I'm able to get my money out of it. But that's just my opinion, and I'm sure everybody has a different opinion. Anyway, that's about all. I'm going to take a chime in on that.
Well, all righty. I had a good weekend. Hey, can you believe it's almost here? Next weekend.
Are you ready for this one?
I don't think we have
Colette?
no big plans this time around. This is going to be one of those sitting home poor weekends.
Waiting for payday.
Princess done spent all the money.
On the damn wine bottles. Colette, right? She come home with a case of damn wine. Now you're broke.
Yeah. All righty. Well, hey, thanks for chiming in. Have a good morning. And let me get back to that. All right, 642 things to write about. May sound like an innocuous title for a book, right? But Ohio parents say it contains racy and inappropriate suggestions that their high schoolers should not be or have been exposed to. And now the town's mayor is asking the entire school board to resign over the class material. News 5 Cleveland reports the book had for years been part of the curriculum in Hudson High School's Senior College Credit Plus writing class. They share some of the writing prompts that are included in the book. Let me see. How about write a sex scene you would not show your mom? Rewrite the sex scene from above into one that you let your mom read. Another assignment, describe your favorite part of a man's body using only verbs. Next up, you're a serial killer. What television shows are on your DVR list and why? Next assignment, drink a beer. Write about the taste. And last I checked, most high schoolers are still under the age of being able to purchase and consume alcohol. That's, let's see, another assignment. Write an X-rated Disney scenario. The Akron Beacon Journal quotes the superintendent as saying that after fielding complaints, it was immediately determined the book was not appropriate for students and the books were taken back. It's important to note that at no time were any of these writing prompts assigned as part of the class, he says. But at the Board of Education meeting Monday, the mayor wanted to see further action taken. It has come to my attention that your educators are distributing essentially what is child pornography in the classroom. He said, I've spoken to a judge this evening. She's already confirmed that, so I'm going to give you a simple choice. You either choose to resign from this Board of Education or you will be charged. And that statement was cheers from the audience, although it's unclear whether the board could actually be charged over class materials that they approve, typically following the prior review of associated committees. A staff attorney with the Ohio School Boards Association said he's never heard of such a thing. As of now, no board members say they plan to resign. So going to try to stick to their guns. Right, that's the duty of the school boards, right? They go through and pick the curriculum. They pick the materials that the students are going to be presented, and they approve the assignments. We'll see where that goes. Can the mayor actually, now he said, I spoke to the judge. I guess the judge had an opportunity to look at some of these assignments in this book and said, those assignments would essentially be considered child pornography. Okay. What's going on, Fly Rod? Haven't heard from you in a while.
Well, that's right. And good morning, Steve. Good to hear you this morning. Greetings and salutations, my friend.
And this is not a pre-recorded call.
Back. Well, I'm getting to that. If you just want to hold on a second, we have to go through the show notes here real quick. Okay, yeah. Steve, this is not a pre-recorded message. This is a live phone call.
Thank you.
Steve, tonight we have the mailbag that we're going to pull out and read a lovely letter from one of our listeners. I'll get to that in just a few moments, but we do have a flag on the field that we must get out of the way. Hill Billigan just called in a few minutes before Demon, a.k.a. Scotty, and he said that it's quiet and peaceful where he was at. Well, the field is, the fact of the matter is that any place where Hill Billigan is at, it's quiet and peaceful. So keep on trucking, Gilligan. Now, Steve, I want to tell you about our lovely vacation we had. Me and he went down to Florida for almost 2 weeks. We got to spend some time and meet none other than Captain Bob, his wife. And Steve, you know, he is a class act guy, and we just appreciated meeting him and his wife. We had a fantastic time. But I did want to bring something to your attention quickly.
Okay.
While we were perusing over on the East Coast around St. Augustine, me and Captain Ron and my wife and his wife were walking down the street heading to a lovely seafood restaurant over there called Harry's, very famous over there. We walked past this one little restaurant where they had a billboard out in front of the window. It had their menu items, and we seen the following items. They had paninis. They had lovely, well, you call them up there in OH10, you call them crepes. But down here in the South, we call them crepes. And, they had, of course, they had croissants. Now, one of our listeners in the audience here, Jelly Bean Giant, who does a brilliant impersonation of Julia Childs. You remember who Julia Childs is?
Yes.
The famous past. Yes. Well, he asked him to do his impersonation of Julia Childs sometime. He's got the English accent down to a T. He sounds just like her. It's incredible. And he can talk about cooking forever. He knows how to mix his batter. Well, anyway, we found out that him being the sophisticated trucker that he is, that he likes some crepes. So I just wanted our listening audience to know that, because most of us are comprised of real hard working class truck drivers like myself, and we don't peruse and eat crepes, but Jelly Bean Giant sure does. I just wanted you to know that.
Uh-huh.
Now, Steve, on to one other subject here. We've got a lovely letter we want to pull out of the mailbag and read to you live on the air. Shall I?
Lay it on us.
Okay. This one here comes from, it comes from a listener who listens in faithfully. It looks like the show note here says Eki Eid, a.k.a. Crisco Mom, okay? Crisco Mom, thank you for listening to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive radio show. It says, Dear Mr. Plummer, I have been a faithful listener for many, many years. I love your show, but I do have a question that I want to ask on air, and if you could please answer it. Mr. Plummer, can you please tell us how you come on air each and every night with such tremendous energy and enthusiasm that just goes on for 5 hours straight? Our inquiring minds want to know. Signed, Eki Eid, a.k.a. Crisco Mom. Steve, what do you have to say about that?
Maybe it's what is it? That old generation vitamins. What do they call those? I don't even look at the label anymore. It's just vitamins. That's all.
Well, Steve, thank you very much for answering that, listeners. I have a bunch of letters I'm going to be calling. I'm going to be on third shift for a while, so I'll be listening all night long for the next few weeks. So I'll be calling in frequently with these letters from our various listeners who listen to the show faithfully, and they have questions that they send to me or Dimeback Denny or Lugnut Louie.
Oh boy,
we are your self-appointed executive producers. So we'll be reading those letters on air. And Steve, with that, I appreciate you taking my call, and have an excellent morning. And okay, goodbye.
Thank you so much. I remember what it was. They called it Vitamita Vegemin. That's the one. And Yeah, the more of it that I take, that it seems like the more energy I've got when I start the program. So
You mean Vegemite? Are you talking about Vegemite, that Australian spread?
no. I've tried that. Ugh, no. I'm talking about Lucy's Vitamin. And then after 4 or 5 doses is Vitamitavigamin. Come on, you know your Lucy history, don't you? I got an email from Mary a bit earlier this hour, and she said, I'm up late again tonight. Hello, Steve. Just listening to the pictures. I thought you'd like to see this one of the big moose from back in 1990. Oh, my goodness, what a hunk. Mary said that. I didn't say that, Moose. Mary said that. I think I'd seen that picture before from back in 1990, standing outside the truck there, looking all spiffy. Got the shirt unbuttoned down to the belly button. Mr. Sexy Truck Driver there, huh? It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So nothing like just hopping on the old bike, hitting the road, and just stopping whenever the hell you want. What's going on, Big Moose?
Oh, not much. Out here gallivanting through the big Hoosier state. And, you know, it kind of broke my heart there that old Fly Rod didn't read my letter from his mailbag. I sent him a letter earlier today. It said, "Dear Fly Rod, you suck, love Moose." But he didn't read that one. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
You know, and anybody that don't know his Vitamitavigamin routine, I don't even want him around me.
Yeah, right.
You know, that just comedic genius. All that was. Oh, well, buddy, I tell you what, it happens every now and then. It just happened again tonight. I had a stroke of genius. I want to let everybody have a chance to get on this on the ground floor with a small investment here. Moose Co-Products is going to come out with a thing that's going to revolutionize the barbecue industry and alleviate some of the pressure from the General Motors snafu.
what we've done, we've designed a spit that attaches to the front and rear license plate bracket of your new electric Chevy Bolt and will allow you to roast a full-blown hog on that thing as soon as that battery sparks up.
That's great.
So
yeah.
for about $129.99, you get the stainless steel spit bar and you get the 2 mounting brackets. So when your boat goes up in smoke, you can have a barbecue.
No reason to let a good hot fire go to waste.
That's what I'm thinking. And you know what? That lithium smoke that everybody thinks is so much better than that old gasoline carbon that my old beaters put out. Maybe some of that absorb into the meat and turn us all into some kind of, superhuman radioactive superheroes or something,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's a good deal. No, I just chiming in there. All of the stupidity that's going on in the world. See what you thought about the big voter situation out there in California, and if anybody still believes that there's ever going to be such a thing as a fair election in this country again. When you got voters showing up and they're telling you've already voted and you voted for the opposite party, that ought to tell you right there that something ain't stirring the Kool-Aid.
Yep.
So everybody that's got all these big hopes for 2022, 2024, you better do yourself a favor. Just jump up just as high as you can and maybe ought to dislodge your head from your ass. Because I tell you what, the voting days is over, folks. They gonna rig these elections from here on out, like it or not. So, but the good news is that, as soon as all these vaccinated do-gooders who thought that the government was their buddy takes a big dirt nap from their vaccine counteracting their COVID there, that'll thin the population out, and then by that time, the haves will have complete control of the have-nots, and we'll all be lining up and working in the sweatshops, and it'll be full-blown communism like they're shooting for. I tell you, it's spooky, and people don't think it can happen in this country. By God, it's going to happen. Yeah, because I'm telling you, everybody's got a big mouth, but the spines have got real small. So, there's a lot of people, talk about kicking ass, but nobody's doing it. They just, a big mouth don't make a big man, and we're finding that out. So it is what it is. Like I said, hell, I don't care anyway. I'm just waiting on the dirt to hit me in the face. In the meantime, I'm going to drive this truck around and have some fun with these guys and see what the hell happens. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
But anyway, if you get a chance, see if you can get some investors on board on the new Bolt barbecue spit, and I'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
Good to hear from you. I hope you enjoyed your little excursion there down to Arkansas and back. Looks like they say you had some good barbecue down there, right? Did they cook that over a Chevy Volt by chance? Or Bolt? All right, it's 844-844-3388. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Joe Biden announced a new security partnership Wednesday seeking to serve as a bulwark against Chinese expansion and influence in the Indo-Pacific region. Joined by UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, Biden said the agreement will ensure that the three partners have the capability to deal with rapidly evolving threats. The president said that as part of the partnership, the U.S. would help Australia acquire nuclear-powered submarines, including the sharing of technology to help in that pursuit. The only other country that the U.S. has shared that knowledge with is the U.K. as part of a 1958 agreement. And Texas's Attorney General has sued a Northeast Texas school district for including a mask mandate in the district's dress code. AG Ken Paxton filed the suit earlier this week, accusing the Paris Independent School District of defying a law banning mask mandates in the state's schools. A judge issued a temporary restraining order against the district on Wednesday, preventing the school from enforcing its mandate. This is USA Radio News.
Energized Health.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button, watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895, toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
SpaceX's Inspiration 4 mission has lifted off from Kennedy Space Center, sending the first all-civilian mission into orbit. The 4-person crew is scheduled to spend the next 3 days in orbit before splashing down in the Atlantic Ocean. Astrophysicist Hakeem Ulisse tells ABC News that while the crew are civilians, there are still plenty of scientific experiments to be run during the mission.
Every mission has what we call a payload specialist, and that payload specialist is who is responsible for undertaking those experiments that we're talking about. So this crewed mission, although they are civilians, everybody has a job, just like they were in a military tank, on a military ship, or in a NASA rocket. And so the engineer there is the payload specialist, so that's who will be conducting those experiments. And there's all sorts of experiments you can do in space, those that involve zero-G, those that involve radiation, and that's what they're going to focus on here, because they're going much higher than they typically go.
And this is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. Pleasant dreams. The
greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
The Food and Drug Administration issued a report on Wednesday in which staff did not take a stance on whether to support approval of Pfizer's COVID vaccine for booster shots. In the document, the agency's scientists said that all of the available data had yet to be verified. Dr. Adam Brown is chair of the COVID-19 National Task Force at Envision Healthcare and tells CBS News that he agrees that there are aspects of the effectiveness of a booster shot that we just don't yet know.
Booster shots in and of themselves are not that controversial. Remember, we get tetanus boosters. We also get hepatitis B boosters. But what makes this a bit more controversial is that we've seen in some countries around the world that booster shots have been effective in preventing breakthrough illnesses. We saw that in Israel. But what we don't know is really the timing of when these boosters should be given. We also don't know, and as was mentioned in the previous report, is if people are going to take them. Well over 40% of the United States still remains fully unvaccinated. So there does become a bit of a logistical issue that we have to consider if we are going to permit booster shots for the entire population of the United States that have already received vaccines. That said, we do have some evidence that boosters are important for especially the elderly, as well as some that receive the vaccine very early when the vaccine was available, i.e. healthcare professionals.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good to have you with us here. I'm looking at the memo from the Stevens County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Wayne McKinney, dated September the 12th of 2021. That's in Oklahoma, by the way. Did I say Oklahoma? Stevens County, Oklahoma. And it reads like this, reference COVID vaccine mandates. Beginning last March 2020, we've seen a tremendous amount of controversy over COVID, mask mandates, restrictions, and lockdowns. Lockdowns that include our places of worship and business, both large and small. We've watched the topic of COVID divide families, our friends, and co-workers. We've seen an unprecedented amount of division, hate, and contention among all Americans. Since the rollout of the COVID vaccines, this division has become more widespread and more intense between those who believe in vaccines and those who don't, and those who are undecided. As law enforcement officers, our first and foremost duty, and what we all swear an oath to do, is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Oklahoma, in this case. It is in that defense and the defense of individual liberty that the Stevens County Sheriff's Office has not and will not mandate the COVID vaccine for any of our employees as long as I'm the sheriff. Just like the flu shot, our employees have a choice to get vaccinated or not. It is theirs and theirs alone, and I respect their decisions. I am not pro-vaccine nor anti-vaccine. I am pro-freedom for each person's ability and responsibility to decide for themselves. I am appalled at some of these absolute dictator-like tactics we're facing from our federal government and several other state governments. It flies in the face of everything our country has always stood for, and it is furthering the damage and division done to the people of this great nation. It is time for our politicians and other public servants to take a stand and remember their first responsibility is to protect the people's rights, not to run their lives. Sheriff Wayne McKinney. I like the way the man thinks. That's all I've said from the get-go. You make your choice. These government dictates and mandates, as many of our listening audience have said, is nothing more than forcing you to comply. You must comply, or you will pay a price. And it looks like the next step forthcoming is, I think, old Dr. Fauci, as usual, was on CNN this past day, and he received the question about, are we going to begin to not allow people to board a plane or board a bus? Whoever the news person was along the lines of, why are we allowing people to still board planes and buses and public travel if they're not vaccinated? And he said, well, we have not made that decision yet, but it's on the table. There's more to come. One step at a time. That's the way they're doing this. Hey, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So what a wonderful day we're having with computers today.
Oh, yeah?
They're all snafu and foobar, it seems like today. So we'll see how your computers do with me talking to you. Might not have another show for the next 2 hours after I'm done with you.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, so to go there with Buckle Nuster there, what happened to F and G? Like triple F and triple G? We didn't hear what they were.
I don't know that we'd want to know what those are.
Yeah, definitely can have a double barrel slingshot there with the over the shoulder boulder holsters, huh?
Yeah.
So anyways, I hear the Inspiration crew has made it to be out there in space and start their orbiting. So they're supposed to be out there for 3 days.
Yep.
And I think every day they're supposed to make like 15 times around the Earth. So they're going to make like 45 trips around the Earth before they come home. That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Now that is space travel.
So yeah, at a fast rate. So anyways, have you heard anything about this lawyer down in South Carolina and his family that apparently there's some issues going on down there? He apparently had somebody try to bump him off, colluded with somebody to try to bump him off. And earlier this summer, his wife and one of his children and one of his sons was killed in their house. And earlier than that, there was a housekeeper that apparently fell down some stairs and died in their house. And before that, one of his two sons there had a girlfriend, and she succumbed to something. And have you heard about any of this going on down there? These rich lawyers down there?
I've seen some of that there's something odd going on or whatever but I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to it, honestly. But something kind of sinister.
I didn't know if there was I didn't know if there was some of our South Carolina listeners out there. I know the one is there taking some rest and relaxation, leisure time there at the Marina Del Rey. So I don't know if he's listening, or maybe you'll catch it on the podcast. But just wondering if any of our South Carolina listeners have any insight on what's going on in the woods down there.
Mm-hmm.
But sounded kind of interesting. But anyways, hey, to get back there to the Inspiration crew, that's pretty amazing. That they got the 4 civilians and the one girl there. She's 21, and she's a bone cancer survivor, like Monkey Gouger. She had a leg amputated, so she's up there with a prosthetic limb and doing all that. So what? She's a physician's assistant there at St. Jude, and I guess this whole thing is supposed to benefit St. Jude, isn't it? Isn't it supposed to be a fundraising type thing at the benefit St. Jude? So anyways, that's pretty amazing. See the group of people that they have going out there doing that. I wish I'd realized I would have thrown my hat in the ring for doing something like that. Could have won a ticket to go out there and do that. I don't know if I could have passed all their tests, all the physical tests, but it sure would have been fun trying. I know that, because I know I'd raise my hand to go out on any of them flights there with the fighter jets, or like the Blue Angels, or who's that there with the Army there that
Thunderbirds,
the air show there.
Yeah,
there you go. Yeah, I'd definitely go and take a ride with one of them. I think that'd be pretty cool. So, but now, other than that, it looks like most of the rain's pulled out here. We had them afternoon unsettled, weather there, 90-degree temperatures, and of course you get the unsettled atmosphere, and then you have all the thunderstorms and all that roll through. And so they all came out there from Gilligan Land out here, ran up through southern Pennsylvania and that. And the one thing I did see, and I don't know if it's still current or not, but up in Muncie, Pennsylvania, which is up near Williamsport, the Susquehanna River rolls down through there, and they were showing the Susquehanna River that was really getting out of its banks and tearing up highways and doing all kinds of mean, nasty damage up there. So I don't know if you could look into Muncie, Pennsylvania, and see if there's any reports up there, or what's going on, or anything of that nature. Mm-hmm. But it sounds like there might be some strong water coming down the Susquehanna here to get back down here to Maryland and end up, coming down and being down here, coming into Maryland, and then down into the Chesapeake. And I'm sure if that's the case, then it'll bring some mean, nasty stuff all the way down and end up in the bay and the harbor there in Annapolis. And then Annapolis will want to charge the power company to have to come down and clean up their harbor. And I don't know. It's a long, drawn-out thing. Happens every time it floods. So anyways, that's about all we got for you there. So I guess we'll try to catch you a little later there, maybe with the after show or whatever.
All righty, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning there, Horse Feathers. Looking at 16 past the hour, and Philip. Hey, they made it to space safely, so that's... Is it the most difficult part, getting them up there or getting them back?
Well, the ascent is hard on them, but the descent's going to be really pretty rough, too. I mean, with the heat shields and all that, but they're sitting up there about 363 feet or 363 miles above the surface of Earth right now. I just did my calculations there. And Horse Feathers is right. That little 29-year-old lady, she's pretty slick with her prosthetic up there. She got up in there. They give her a window seat. She got the window seat. So they're doing good, though, from what I understand, Steve. It was a great launch. We saw it last night. Me and my wife tried filming it with the camera, but couldn't get it right. But it was an interesting launch. I actually saw the separation with the boosters and whatnot.
Now, did you get to see that? Did you get to see the big? I'm seeing some of these beautiful videos where it was like a blue aura around it when it was going up.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I saw it when it took off. It kind of reminded me of the space shuttle, you know, with the big fire plume behind it pushing. And then it got to a point when they started doing their separations and everything. It makes like a big plume around it, and like you said, aurora-like looking thing, and it's really cool. And you see that for quite a ways, almost. Well, it goes away the further it is away from you, but I saw it for quite a ways. We were out there for a good, probably about 10-15 minutes and watched it. We were about 5 minutes in outside, and then we heard the rumbling from the sonic boom hit us. Took about 5 minutes to go from Cape Canaveral to where I live in Deltona, but it was cool. It was definitely cool. It was neat to see. I invite anybody to come down here and check it out, and especially a nighttime launch like that. Those are the ones that are really cool. I knew it was going to be neat. Me and my daughter, we were. I tell you what, when that thing first lifted off, it lit the sky up over there. My daughter is like, "That's got to be it." And I'm like, "Yep, that's it." So it was neat. It was awesome. They are putting the money into St. Jude. The one fellow who's the commander, he's putting up $100 million, and then they're hoping to raise another $100 million for St. Jude with all the stuff that they're doing with it. So
wow,
that's kudos to them. They've got a observation window called a cupola that they have on this one. They took the mating adapter that is usually up on top for the ISS. They took that off and put a cupola in there. It's basically like a window. It kind of looks like a turret window, and they've got that in there, and they're going to start doing observations out of that and taking pictures and whatnot. So first time they've done that, and they showed on SpaceX yesterday the amount of testing they had to just building that one piece for where it was going to go. Is the amount of it's crazy. Really interesting story. Steve, have you seen anything about North Korea and South Korea with their missile programs?
Yes. North Korea launched, and then South Korea launched a few hours later. This, the tit for tat thing, boy, that could get ugly in a hurry.
I know one of the articles that I saw was kind of interesting was they were talking about South Korea. We had a bilateral treaty with them where they would not launch anything. But we ended that bilateral treaty. Biden ended that bilateral treaty, which meant they could go into development with their missile program. And the interesting part about it is the North Koreans shot off the land and the South Koreans shot out of a submarine. So I know in your newscast there, they said that they were giving nuclear submarine technology to Australia because of the deal. Yeah, it's a deal. Well, I think there's more than England is more than there's more than England that's got that technology. I think North Korea's got it too as well, because in the article that I read about it, there's only 7 countries that have that, and North Korea just joined us. So, and then they're developing a missile, the missile that they worked on yesterday. They're actually developing it to where they can put it on a new fighter jet that they're putting together with Lockheed. We all know what the F-35 is. That's our fighter that we have over here that's going to be a utility type plane and be in different configurations. The Koreans are developing the same kind of plane. It's called a KF-21. And they're going to put a missile on that KF-21 that'll do the same thing as that sub-TAC missile. So pretty interesting stuff out there. Couldn't believe that they have, we ended a treaty, a bilateral treaty. I mean, Biden is trying to get us away from Korea by the way that they were talking in the articles that I read about it. So, I mean, is he going to give a timeline there like he did with Afghanistan? So who wonders what happens with the DMZ, right?
Mm-hmm, right.
But today is also September 16th. And I want everybody to watch the news on September 16th because today is D-Day for the vaccine fines down here for the companies that mandated. Now, I heard yesterday that Disney will not be paying any fines because they are a private company. And that was per our union business agent. Now, in my opinion, Steve, is Disney publicly traded? Steve?
I'm not sure. I thought they were. Are they not? No?
Absolutely. So if a company is publicly traded, are they not private? Now, privately traded companies, let's just use a trucking company, for example. Averett Express is privately traded. It's owned by one individual. And privately, that individual has all of the stock in that company. So that is a private company. Now, seems like to me, Disney and a lot of these big companies like Walmart and Amazon, they are publicly traded, so they're not considered private, I would think. Now, would you?
I would not think.
Yeah. So I'm kind of interested to see how that accusation holds up by our union today. So, and it's going to be real interesting to see what our governor does on this deal, because as you said earlier about that sheriff in Oklahoma, that's the same view that our governor has. He's not anti-vax. He's not pro-vax. He's pro-choice on what you need to do with what you want to do with yourself.
Yeah.
So, and that's pretty much all I got today, Steve. Y'all have a good one. Thank you. And it was a great shot. I'm looking forward to seeing them come down. They're supposed to come back down into the Atlantic. I'm not sure how that's going to play out. We'll see how it plays out. And hopefully they make everything back all right and get her back down here. So Thank you very much, bud. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you much. Good to have you with us there, Philip. What do we got? Monty Python coming up next. We'll get to Gilligan. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
Five leaders become champions in DeKalb County. Superstock stars dominate in new divisions. And for the Grand National regular season, Sandwich is a wrap. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It is upon us, the 34th Enderley Memorial Pull-Off, this Saturday, September 18th, beginning at 5 p.m. Founded by Kent and Joan Enderley in 1987 in appreciation of their customers, since 2006 it has been a marquee event at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio, where top 5 finishers and qualifiers from across the country go all out for the right to be called an Enderley champion. With 21 classes and 102 competitors going non-stop on twin tracks, we'll get from start to finish in a little over 4 hours, including an intermission. So if our reports have piqued your curiosity, find out what our sport is about by attending the Enderley, either in person by buying your tickets at shopntpa.com/tickets or by streaming the event live or on demand at ntpa.tv. Find out more at allstarpoll.com. On Thursday and Saturday at the DeKalb County Fair in Sandwich, Illinois, we set the last of our field of Grand National champions. Thursday's Truck Night featured Superstock Diesel 4x4, and it was Justin Gearhart who completed a season-long comeback of 06, who took a 4th and a 5th to establish an 11-point margin. Class winners in Superfarm were Brad Hart's Don't Ask and Gage Ott's Dream On. In Pro Stock, Rob Russell finished a masterful year, clearing the field by 25 points with his Workhorse Pro Case IH. Russell won the afternoon session to take the pressure off for the evening, where he nabbed third behind Kevin and Danny Schmucker, where Kevin was driving for another father and son team, the Lemkes, and their new Generation Plus. Russell earned his 4th overall title, with the first 3 coming in the Superstock division. Speaking of which, Travis Schlabach's Bone Twister International 1066 Diesel had the slightest of the 4 entering margins, and a substandard afternoon run of just 86.8 feet, far behind winner Mike Beck's High-Tech Redneck, could have proved fatal. But top contender Kent Payne and Super Rooster also had trouble, and when Payne stopped at 86.5 feet, Schlabach incredibly gained a point. He gave 2 back while finishing third to a recovered Rooster in the night session, but the sun set with Schlabach hoisting his first GN Tramp-In trophy. Finally, Brett Berg, like Russell, a former Superstock champion, became the first man to win a 5th 7,500-pound multi-engine modified title when his Rink Seed-sponsored moneymaker collected the big check after both Saturday sessions. Finishing second each time were Tom Owens and Ramblin' Rhodes. Now that Owens has seen all the tracks, will he be in position to dethrone Berg in 22? Can't wait for next year. But first, it's regional action in Allegan, Michigan this Wednesday, and then it's the Enderley this Saturday, September 18th. AllStarPool.com, ShopNTPA.com/tickets, NTPA.tv, and NTPAPULL.com have everything you need to witness the most lucrative single day in truck and tractor pulling. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Joe Biden announced a new security partnership Wednesday seeking to serve as a bulwark against Chinese expansion and influence in the Indo-Pacific region. Joined by UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, Biden said the agreement will ensure that the 3 partners have the capability to deal with rapidly evolving threats. The president said that as part of the partnership, the U.S. would help Australia acquire nuclear-powered submarines, including the sharing of technology to help in that pursuit. The only other country that the U.S. has shared that knowledge with is the U.K. as part of a 1958 agreement. And Texas's Attorney General has sued a Northeast Texas school district for including a mask mandate in the district's dress code. AG Ken Paxton filed the suit earlier this week, accusing the Paris Independent School District of defying a law banning mask mandates in the state's schools. A judge issued a temporary restraining order against the district on Wednesday, preventing the school from enforcing its mandate. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to bingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, how about a Dumbass of the Week nominee? These two have to fit in. Perfect fit. This is actually a story from CDL Live. A husband and wife arrested Monday after both were involved in separate but related drunk driving accidents, one involving a semi-truck. Series of crashes occurred about 8:24 on September the 13th. Posey County, Indiana, according to the Tri-State homepage, 56-year-old Donald Ricketts was headed north on State Route 165 when he crossed the center line and sideswiped an oncoming semi-truck. Thankfully, no one was hurt in the crash, so Ricketts allegedly called his wife to come pick him up, since the wreck occurred very close to their home. Well, when Cheryl Ricketts approached the crash site, she slammed into her husband's already wrecked car, totaling both vehicles. When police finally arrived, they suspected both Cheryl and Donald were intoxicated, so they administered a breathalyzer test. A test revealed Cheryl with a BAC of .22 at the time of the incident, Donald had an even higher blood alcohol content of 0.28. Officers then arrested Cheryl, transported her to the county jail. Donald was taken to a nearby hospital for non-life-threatening medical issues before then being taken into custody. The truck driver was not hurt in the ordeal. Extent of the damage to his rig, not clear, but here I am, honey, to pick you up. Boom! All right, Monty Python, what's going on this morning?
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. I was listening to Ranger, and this isn't by no means advice, just some experiences that I've had, and most recently, about 6.5 years ago, I dumped about $55,000 into a Edelman fund. It's a financial advisor. And during the, right about the time Bush was going out and Obama was coming in, and, you know, that account paid nothing. I'm thinking, well, what the heck is going on here, you know? But then after a while, I realized, I'm like, oh, wait, I'm paying these guys financial advisor. That's 3%. So anyway, a friend of mine, which is a truck driver and a retired attorney, and he's pretty savvy with financial stuff. He says, hey, I got a few suggestions for you. He says, I'll just show them to you and you can make up your mind if you like them, whatever, you know. So I went with Dodge & Cox in Kansas City has got 6 funds. And basically, they're not financial advisors. You basically can't ask them, you know, questions like you would expect to get from a financial advisor. You're just dumping money in a particular fund and watching it. So I get my money over there, I don't know, somewhere mid between Obama's term. And, you know, I started out with $55,000. And, you know, by the time Trump come out of office, I was at $75,000.
Mm-hmm.
And I got like a spreadsheet where I keep track of my checking account and my investment. And I just watch it. I watch the ups and downs and so on. And my percentage is actually pretty decent on my gains. And one's a high risk and one's low risk where it's spread out over a lot of different types of funds. And it's been doing real good. Well, when Trump and Biden, the transition took place, I got really, you know, I started watching it every day and looking at it. And usually I'm only in there a couple times a month, you know, because typically with financial 401ks and stuff like that, you know, the theory is don't ever pull your money out in a panic because the stock market always turns around and does better. It just, sometimes it may go fast, sometimes it may go slow. But that's like the wisdom of any investor will tell you, never make a decision like that, you know, just hang on and sit tight and don't do that. Well, I took about 70 grand out and I wasn't thinking real clear when I did it, but, you know, I opted out for federal taxes. I'm 67, so I didn't have to pay any penalties or anything like that. But when you pull that money out, you have to do something within 90 days or you're responsible for every single cent of tax. Well, the thing that I didn't realize when I pulled this out was I automatically had to pay Michigan state tax, which was over $3,000. And I about had a heart attack when I did it because I thought, oh my God, did I just lose all that money, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it turned out I talked to the person that does my income tax. And then I talked to this attorney and I talked to somebody else that knew all the details. And he said, you got 90 days. He says, get that money back somewhere again and put it back if that's what you're going to do. Otherwise, you're going to be responsible for the federal taxes. So I'm like, okay, cool. I recovered that. I got the money back. And this year when I do my taxes, I'll get that $3,000+ back. But Ranger needs to talk to somebody, a financial advisor. Like if he calls up somebody and talks to him and tells them he's thinking about doing such and such, and can I sit down and talk to you? They can give you a lot of information and you don't have to do anything at that moment. You know, you can say, okay, I appreciate it. Let me go home, think about it, and see what's going on. But, the thing is, just don't get antsy about it. It's like the stock market, unless we have something that's catastrophic, and if we do, it won't matter where that money's at unless you got it in your vault, in your house. Like when the stock market crashed way back yonder, look at how that affected people. People lost a lot of money. So, I got all antsy when he came in because I really expected the stock market to take a big dump, and then I'm looking at my account and I'm thinking I see the high risk one. I could see that would go up and down and it would take big, several $100s, maybe $1,000. And the other one, I'm thinking it looks pretty good. But then after I watched them, since I split it at the first of the year, they're actually both doing pretty good. They just fluctuate different than one another because of where the investment is at. One is real high risk, one is low risk. But the low risk one seems to be doing pretty good. So, it's something to be, just don't get impatient about it, and find somebody that you can talk to that can give you some good advice, and don't necessarily use a financial advisor because you're paying them 3% when I'm paying Dodge and Cox like 0.3%. They're managing all this money for me for literally next to nothing. Oh, I was going to tell you, when I was watching my account during the Obama years, and I'm thinking, well, how come I'm not making very much money? That's a lot of money in there, I'm thinking it should do better than that. Well, then I start looking at my statements, and I'm paying these guys to manage my money like $1,500 a year. And I'm like, well, holy mackerel, everything that I've made, I got to pay them back that $1,500 first, because they're charging me 3% on whatever my balance is, regardless whether it's making money or it's not. So, I'm not real sharp about it, but I'm sharp enough to know that I needed to get my money out of Edelman, because that wasn't a good thing, not during the Obama years. But as far as Biden goes, you were talking about this the other night, how they were artificially pumping money in, I don't know, sideways or whatever they were doing in the stock market to keep things looking good,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense to me, because I'm wondering, why is it doing so good? Because really, as a whole, we're doing for crap in the country financially. Look at the hits, the businesses, the unemployment. It's just, but then when I heard you guys talking about that the other night, I'm like, okay, now that makes sense, because the government is kind of helping it out a little bit. But
and right now,
Ranger,
right now, the stock market, it essentially kind of it defies the logic. When you look at the job numbers, the unemployment numbers. There's plenty of jobs out there. I think the last report, there was a decent amount of people coming off the unemployment roll, but I think a lot of that probably has to do with the ending of the $300 monthly additional from the Fed that stopped on the 6th of this month.
Yeah, and the funny thing is the Fed may have done that, but there are still states that are carrying that on. I don't know. It defies sanity, because everywhere I go and everybody I talk to, like these truck stops, the big ones, Flying J, Pilot, the ones that I stop at. I'm retired now and I fill in, but I happen to leave the yard at 8:00 at night. There literally, on my way, is nowhere to stop to get something to eat except for Love's and, the 167, can't remember what that is on the other side. But the Beaver Dam, the Speedway, the McDonald's was closed tonight when I got in there at like 9:30. Everything closes tighter than a drum at about 6:00.
Yep.
It's crazy. Yep. And I made an inquiry, and they said, when I talked to the people in Beaver Dam, they were real clear about it. They said, well, number one, the workers couldn't deal with the attitudes of some of the truckers coming in. And I'm like, what? And then they said, well, and then we're having problems getting people to work. So, you know, you walk up to the counter and there's only one or two people and you got a line. So, yeah, I can understand people with their attitudes, you know, having to stand there 15 minutes while they're parked on the fuel island getting a sandwich, you know. But, I mean, it's that way all over. Everywhere I go that I talk to now that I'm retired, I'll go to different stores doing different things, you know, at home. And I was doing siding on a shed that I built over the time that I've been off. And I was talking to these people and we're like, well, I don't know. Let me check and see. I go, what do you mean? Let me check and see if I got it here last day. They go, well, we got all these these trailers sitting in Ohio loaded with materials and we can't get truck drivers to drive them. I'm like, what? And then they asked me, they said, well, we got you see those 3 trucks back in the back? We use that to deliver materials and we only got 1 truck driver. We can't get any truck drivers for these small 27-foot trucks. They're like, hey, you're retired. You want a job? And I'm like, no.
Wow.
But it really is crazy because, you know, people don't want to work. And I guess I wasn't raised that way. That just don't hit home with me. You know, I don't know. When I was off work for that 6 weeks during that COVID, about the first 2 weeks, I was losing my mind, you know, and then I started putzing around and doing some of the things, picking up around, you know, that as a truck driver, you can't get done, you know, because you don't have enough time. And I got all wound up and engrossed in it. And I'm like, well, damn, I hope they don't call me back, you know. And now that I'm retired, it's like I have to come to work to get a little bit of relaxation in.
Well, Monty Python, I appreciate your chiming in this morning. I'm sure Ranger's listening, and so your advice, long story short, just don't panic, right?
Yeah, hang in. I mean, you know, the stock market always comes back. You know, I had, in the years that I've been on the face of the earth, I used to work for Continental Airlines, Frank Lorenzo, and when we invested in a 401k for retirement, we had to put it in Continental stock. And let me tell you what, back in the 80s when things went to poop, I saw that stock like, I mean, I had a lot of money in Continental stock at one time because I worked for them for over 10 years. And I saw the bottom drop out of that, and it's like, holy mackerel. And there was nothing you could do because you couldn't move it. You were obligated to keep it in their fund. So I think he's fine. Just hang in there and definitely go bend somebody's ear that knows more than, you know, follows the stock market and has a good eye on things.
I guess that's
what I do.
The only other game that, you know, people always want to get their money out when it's going to drop and then put it back in when it starts to come back. So you're always winning. I think they call that trying to time the market. And I don't know. There's not many that have a lot of success trying to do that. You mentioned the inability to find food out there. CDL Life, I think we shared the story earlier this week where they had done their survey and something like, what was it? Something like 70% of drivers say they're still having a difficult time getting a good meal out there on the road. One of my Facebook friends, listening friends, Todd, yesterday, or actually just a few hours ago, he posted some pictures of Uncle Pete's restaurant. He said, right now, one of the worst parts of being on the road is finding decent food. I don't eat fast food, and I like to eat a sit-down meal once a day when I'm trucking. This is the restaurant at Uncle Pete's Truck Stop in Lebanon, Tennessee. It's a great old-school diner that's been around for a really long time. I had a great catfish entree for lunch there yesterday, and tonight they're closed because they can't find cooks or servers to come into work. Sometimes I begin to feel like there's only 70 or 80 of us working these days in this entire country. Yeah, it's got the snapshot, Uncle Pete's Restaurant, and right there where you would be going into the dining room, it's dark. The sign says closed, no waiters, and no cook. Can't run a restaurant without a waiter or a cook, can you? So, and for the restaurants that are open, they say a lot of times, it'll come 6 o'clock in the evening. Some of the comments after his post says, I'm having a hard time finding even a cold sandwich after 6 o'clock in the evening. Pretty crazy out there. All right, with that, it is about 8 before the hour. Get a quick 2-minute time out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana. Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of bowling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmer's Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I was just looking down at some of the other comments to Todd's post about the Uncle Pete restaurant this past evening. Let's see. Braden says, this madness needs to stop. Brody says, I don't know whether to be mad or sad at this post. This is, pardon my language, effing ridiculous. I am so done with this can't work, I'm entitled mentality. Cameron said, last week, man, I couldn't find nowhere to eat as I kept getting off at like 8 or 9 exits to get some breakfast. And there was nowhere open. So I didn't eat until I laid down that night. Patsy said, we're having a terrible time getting workers at Mom and Dad's restaurant, too. We started closing on Sundays back in early summer. Yeah, now we're closing the lobby early every day. Poor Dad, at 75 years old, he's working 9 hours per day. We've been in business since 1973. That is sad. Hi there, Gilligan.
Thanks for having me back, Steve.
I actually want to touch on a couple things. I've sent you links to this. Did you see that Instagram link about Ted Cruz when he went after the Secretary of State about what went on over there in Afghanistan?
Someone brought it up last evening. I know you've sent me the link. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I will when we get done here this morning.
Okay. Yeah, I tell you what, people need to look that up. I tell you what, he laid his ears back and just flat out let him have it. I applaud Ted Cruz for the way he goes after these people. We need more like him. I mean, I got my disagreements with Ted Cruz like I do with Rand Paul, but there's a lot of which they're standing up for us. Also, I sent you another link that you see about Nikki Mangy or whatever. I can't pronounce this poor lady's last name, but now she's getting backlash because they said sending out tweeting inaccurate information because a friend of hers cousins ended up being impotent because of the vaccine. They said, I mean, they're literally attacking this lady because she's speaking the truth. I mean, people are beginning to wake up. Now let's face it. I don't think there's a rap artist on this anywhere that's not a liberal. I mean, come on now. Even some of the big name libtards are waking up to some of this stuff. I just, I'm hoping I know there's hope for this country. I truly believe that. I don't think we're done. I'm a Chevy guy. Vote, vote, vote. That's all you can do. Even with the problems we had out in California where, they're going to cheat. There ain't no way around it. That's proven. But if there's enough of us go out there and vote, we could actually make a positive difference. I agree with Chevy guy on that. Well, got one little short one for you about the beach story. Have you ever had soft shell crab, Steve?
Soft shell crab. I don't believe I have.
Well, me and Mary Ann went in a little old seafood place over there on the beach, and I seen that. It said soft shell crab. I said, well, that sounds something interesting. I'll try it. Here the plate come, and darn thing was breaded and hard as breading just hard as a rock. Man, I had to get my teeth out of my pocket just to eat the darn thing. That's all I got for tonight.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Gilligan. There you go. You got it. All right, we'll get a news break here. Rangers are back on the line. We'll get to the Chevy guy and room for you as we head into our final hour at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Border Patrol agents on the southern border encountered more than 208,000 illegal migrants in the month of August, a slight drop from a 21-year high in July. It was still the second straight month that more than 200,000 migrants were stopped by agents. Many were quickly returned to Mexico under Trump-era rules implemented to control the spread of COVID, but unaccompanied minors were not being turned away. Nearly 19,000 were taken into custody last month. And French President Emmanuel Macron said Wednesday that the leader of the Islamic State in the Greater Sahara has been killed. Macron tweeting that French forces had neutralized Abu al-Walid al-Sahrawi amid rumors of the leader's death that have been spreading for weeks in Mali. Local authorities have not confirmed his death. Al-Sahrawi had claimed responsibility for a 2017 attack that killed 4 American military personnel in Niger. News of his death comes as the trial of the lone surviving attacker in the 2015 Paris terror attacks begins. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
4 elite U.S. gymnasts testified Wednesday before Congress detailing the failings by the FBI, USA Gymnastics, and the U.S. Olympic Committee in the handling of the sexual abuse case against former team doctor Larry Nassar. Tim Berg has more.
The Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing on Wednesday regarding former USA Gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar's abuse of athletes and the FBI's inaction when the allegations were brought to the agency in 2015. U.S. Olympic gymnast Allie Raisman, who was one of Nassar's victims, accuses former USA Gymnastics CEO and President Steve Penny of coordinating with the FBI to cover up allegations against Nassar.
The day of my interview, Steve Penny flew to the Olympic Training Center, and he made sure I was aware he was there. I felt pressured by the FBI to consent to Nassar's plea deal. The agent diminished the significance of my abuse. It made me feel my criminal case wasn't worth pursuing.
This is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
President Joe Biden announced a new security partnership Wednesday seeking to serve as a bulwark against Chinese expansion and influence in the Indo-Pacific region. Joined by UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, Biden said that the agreement will ensure that the three partners have the capability to deal with rapidly evolving threats.
This initiative is about making sure that each of us has a modern capability, the most modern capabilities we need to maneuver and defend against rapidly evolving threats. AUKUS will bring together our sailors, our scientists, and our industries to maintain and expand our edge and military capabilities and critical technologies such as cyber, artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, and undersea domains.
The partnership will also assist Australia in the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines for their Navy. And a new study from the CDC shows that obesity rates in the U.S. are on the rise. Tim Berg has the data.
States with an obesity rate higher than 35% have almost doubled over the past 2 years. CDC data showing only 9 states reported that obesity rate in 2018, compared with 16 states in 2020. The states that recently crossed the 35% threshold include Delaware, Iowa, Ohio, and Texas. States with the highest obesity rates are Mississippi, West Virginia, and Alabama, all coming in at over 39%. From the USA Radio News Phoenix News Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour here on a Thursday morning. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. And more on the vaccine mandates. I alluded to this before Biden ever made such an announcement last week. What about the unintended consequences? Chief executive of a hospital in Texas warning his facility faces closure after President Biden's announcement last week that most healthcare workers get the vaccine. If the mandate goes through, Brownfield Regional Medical Center's CEO says 20% of my, probably 20 to 25% of my staff will have to be let go if that's the case. Losing those workers, he said, would likely cause his hospital to have to shut down. And losing Medicare and Medicaid money is not an option either. White House stipulates healthcare workers who work at hospitals and facilities that receive either Medicaid or Medicare funds will have to get the vaccine. It's huge in our rural community, he said. At all the other rural communities, we have high poverty levels and things of that nature, so a lot of Medicaid usage in our communities and things like that. Another local hospital executive said the mandate echoed Jasper's sentiments. He says, quote, well, it would be devastating for the community, frankly. We have a large percentage of our revenue that comes from Medicare, Medicaid, and those kinds of products. This is the CEO of Seminole Hospital District. While Gray said he encourages vaccines, mandates don't work. I think the mandate is just a terrible message because if the vaccinations are working, why do you have to mandate people get the vaccines? What happens to individual choice and medical decisions between the patient and their doctor? Which is all the things we're trying to support. That translates over to the trucking industry. According to the Wall Street Journal, big trucking companies say this vaccination and testing mandate will push more workers away from their operations and worsen the upheaval in the supply chain issues. Executives say the proposed testing requirements for workers who choose not to get the vaccine would also pose challenges for trucking companies whose fleets haul goods long distances, often along irregular routes that send drivers from one corner of the country to the other over several days or weeks. The impact, they say, would hit companies that are already struggling to hire and retain drivers in a tight labor market and add pressure on logistics networks that are straining already to keep stores stocked and factories humming. We're in an industry we cannot afford any fallout. We don't have enough drivers today, according to the CEO of U.S. Express. Under the president's plan, as we know, companies with 100 or more trucking companies are among the businesses navigating a tricky path on vaccines. Some blue-collar workers bristling at employer mandates. Companies have been reluctant to alienate their staffers in a tight labor market. U.S. Express is encouraging their roughly 10,000-person workforce, which includes about 7,000 drivers, to get the shot. They estimate just under half of their drivers are currently vaccinated. But the carrier's not requiring their workers to get the vaccine. And we're not necessarily comfortable with the government mandating it. Trucking companies worry workers who balk at the requirements could just decamp, go to smaller fleets that don't fall under the mandate, or turn to other, what they call gig economy jobs, further shrinking the pool of drivers when there's already a shortage of transport capacity, slowing delivery times, driving up the cost for retailers and manufacturers. This is going to create additional stress on every point of the supply chain. It will ripple across trucking, warehousing, and manufacturing workforces, and potentially create the situation where we begin to have empty shelves. Dave Jackson, the CEO of Knight Swift Transportation, said the testing requirement poses a major logistical hurdle for operations that could slow deliveries and affect wages for drivers who are typically paid by the mile. All right, the director of transportation at Atlanta-based supply chain consulting firm Chainalytics said the long-term benefits from the federal plan could outweigh the short-term pain. The economy's already been affected in trucking and warehousing. Yeah, people being out now in dribs and drabs because they're sick with COVID or because their loved ones are sick or they're in quarantine. Yeah, that's going to continue to affect things. But an overwhelming majority of companies, trucking companies, do not fall under that category of 100 personnel or more. More than 97% of U.S. trucking companies operate fewer than 20 trucks. So I guess it's really mostly, the big boys that this is going to affect? Workers for those big boy companies very well may jump over to the smaller operations, those 97% of other companies, which, of course, if you've got less than 20 trucks, if the demand is out there, you could jump in and buy another half dozen trucks and expand your smaller business. All right, back to the calls here. Welcome back, Lone Ranger.
Steve, there's a few things you're leaving out of that story.
Yes.
Those 3% of the big boys employ a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
In some cases, thousands of drivers.
Yeah.
So they're making it look like, well, it's not going to affect the trucking industry because only 3% of them have more than 100 drivers. Yeah, but look at the numbers of drivers they have in those 3%. Some of those big bottom feeder companies don't pay any money. They have thousands of trucks and thousands of drivers. Now, if you're in the group that has about 100, this is what's ridiculous. If you have 100 or more drivers, the mandate applies to you. So let's say you have a company with 110 drivers.
You let go of 10, right?
11 people, and you're okay. So 11 people lose their job, and the company's okay. But if you have a company with 99 drivers and you're not mandated, how silly is that? And then let's go back again. If you're an illegal alien or you're an Afghan refugee, there is no mandate. This is what kills me. The American working man, the American citizen, is in trouble, but an illegal alien or an Afghan refugee who wasn't vetted even, we don't know how many of them are terrorists, they're okay. It's, again, another example of Biden hating America and loving foreigners because they want to fill the country up with foreigners because they're doing them a favor by letting them in the country. And if they can find a way to give them citizenship, that'll turn into Democrat votes. That's what it comes down to. Now, what I'd like to do, first of all, I want to thank the drivers that are calling in and offering advice and opinions. I'm going to share a lot of stuff that's personal only because maybe it'll help somebody else if they ever have to deal with this. My dad was getting ripped off every place he turned. Now, he wouldn't let me get too involved with his personal affairs until he got to the point. He was 96 when he died, and towards the end, I had power of attorney for 21 years. My mom died in 2000. He made me power of attorney as of that point, but it wasn't necessary for me to write checks or anything else because he was okay until the very last 6 months. He started to, forget things and couldn't speak well, and he was going downhill quick. But here's what I learned. He had accounts set up. See, my son had a gambling, maybe still does have a gambling, probably don't want to admit it. But my son, about 20 years ago, won $500,000 in the Maryland lottery, scratch off. And after taxes, he got $3-something. Well, in a year and a half, that money was gone. And my dad went through the roof, and he said, I'm taking him out of the will. There's no sense leaving money to somebody who can't handle it. So the way he set up the accounts, and this is, believe me, I knew nothing about this. I learned this when I had, I'm executor of the will, so I had to learn. He had 3 investment accounts. Two of them were what they call TOD, transfer on death. So the day he died, two of those accounts became mine. Now, the other thing I learned, in the will was very specific. The will said that all of his antique cars and antique car parts I was a beneficiary. Now, if there's a beneficiary, that's different than the person who's listed in the will. So I was listed as beneficiary for the investment accounts, and my son and nephew, his two grandsons, they're listed as beneficiaries for like the real estate and any contents of the house. But since he didn't trust my son with money, most of the stuff I was listed as beneficiary, and that would be up to me to distribute funds accordingly to the other two based on how I feel about it. So here's what I went through. Now, he opened up these accounts in 1999, and one of the neighbors' son-in-laws was an investment counselor. So now my dad, he came from the era when you could trust everybody, and he was a yes man with this investment counselor. So he had he worked for Chevron for a lot of years, and like the one gentleman who called in, he was buying stock, for Continental. Well, my dad bought stock through Chevron. Now, oil company stock is pretty much blue chip. Chance of an oil company going out of business is pretty slim. So he felt confident. Well, when the investment counselor took over, he told him, you can't have one stock, which I agree with, even though it's Chevron oil. So he took all the Chevron stock and put it in these different funds. So I never found out how many shares he had because the investment counselor pretty much didn't tell me. He just kind of made believe he couldn't remember. So I don't know at the end of the day whether or not if he kept all the Chevron stock, he would have had more net worth than these other three accounts. So here's the two that were transfer on death were not a problem. And when I sat down with the investment counselor, he said, I didn't even know about this. T.O. didn't even know what it meant. He said, you have two options here. By law, I have to offer to just write you a check for the amount of those two accounts, or we can leave them as is. Well, one of them was an IRA, and you can only have an IRA, can only be so old. And now my dad, he's 96 years old. He had these things for more years than what they expected him to live. You're not supposed to live that long. So you can only have it for so long before you have to draw, because, it's tax-free. You have to draw out after so many years. So there was a monthly draw on that one account. So I left that alone because it provides an income. So I left that alone, and then the other one I left alone too. But the third one turned into a big problem because in 1999, when he set that account up, the company was called Sun Life. Sun Life was based in Canada. And during the Obama years, they passed some kind of a law where if you're a Canadian company, you're not allowed to make money off of Americans. I don't know the specifics of it, but anyway, Sun Life was bought out by Delaware Life. Well, I was told Delaware Life was paying him annuities. He got a check once a year from Delaware Life. So I was told that any company that has annuity payments doesn't have beneficiaries. So that amount of money would go to all three of people in the will. So I started, and unfortunately, my dad saved everything. Well, I went through paperwork, boxes of it. It took me months to go through this paperwork. It was all mixed up. I found the original contract from Sun Life. And then I found, when they bought out by Delaware Life, I found paperwork listing me as the beneficiary. So with the beneficiary, it's not split three ways. Well, I kept getting paperwork from Delaware Life saying, your dad passed away, we're going to settle up, blah, 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 and the check will be made out to the estate of. Well, when I found the paperwork and found out my mom died in 2000, she was the beneficiary. And then he had the account changed to me and my brother, my youngest brother. My middle brother died in 1977, motorcycle accident. So then in 2009, when my youngest brother died of a heart attack, then he changed it again to me as the beneficiary with my son and nephew as backups in case I died. Well, I kept getting these letters from Delaware Life saying, okay, you're going to get your annuity check, and now we're going to settle up, and the check is going to be made. You had a choice of lump sum or continue annuities, and I said, forget about annuities, I want lump sum. Well, they were going to make the check out to the estate of, and my attorney told me, as soon as they do that, you're done. That's it. Once you put that check in there, it's done. So I found paperwork showing me as a beneficiary, and I gave it to the investment counselor. And I wanted to call Delaware Life. No, don't do that. I'll take care of it. Well, it went on for months, and I provided him with that paperwork. Without that, I didn't have a leg to stand on. So he took that paperwork, and he deals with a big company, and the big company, the big boss, got a hold of the big boss, Delaware Life, and they hashed it out, and I wound up getting that settled. But I learned a lesson there. So anyway, and then the other problem I had was with the bank. He had quite a bit of money in a checking account, more than most people would, because he thought that someday he might have to be in a nursing home, and he would cover the expense of a nursing home. So the day he died, and I didn't know this again, that account locked up. Now, I was writing checks for him out of that account, paying his bills for him. And the day he died, I could no longer do that. The power of attorney ends the day the person dies. And the account locks up, and so does a safe deposit box. But I knew about that, so we had already emptied it out months before. So now here I am. I got to pay bills on both houses, and there was a lot of bills. I had to pay for everything, all the funeral expenses, everything. And I went to, when I finally got an attorney, I went through 6 attorneys before I could find one that I trusted, because the first question they would ask when I called them, what's the value of the estate? And I said, you know what? That's the wrong question, because you're trying to calculate how much you're going to make. They want to charge percentage. And I got prices like $15,000, $24,000. I said, oh, this can't be right. So finally, I got recommended to a guy who lived like 80 miles away, an attorney that I could trust. And he says, well, yeah, he says, I can do it. He said, but I'm going to charge you $350 an hour to drive from Reading up to your area. He says, but I don't think you want to pay that. I'll recommend a guy up in the Allentown area. It's okay. So I got this guy. He says, now, I'll tell you right now, he's very smart, but he's a real wise ass. I said, that's what I want. So I sat down with him and I said, look, I know you can't give me exact figure, but I want to ballpark what you're going to charge me, because I'm hearing these crazy figures. And he said, well, what I'm looking at here, you're looking between $5,000 and $10,000. I said, okay, I'm going to hire you. He said, I'll charge you by the hour. I said, that's fine, $355 an hour. So that's what I did. Now, here's where the problem comes in. Liberty Mutual Insurance was charging him $2,400 a year for homeowners insurance. I pay $6 something, and our houses are pretty similar. So I called them up as a new customer. He had them since 1987. Insurance companies are allowed to charge you an increase of 3.5% per year because of the increased cost of doing business. So he was paying all those years of 3% increases. So I called up as a brand new customer. I said, hey, I want to get Liberty Mutual. Here's the house. Here's the square footage. Here's the location, blah, blah, blah. They gave me a price as a brand new customer on the same house of $820.
Wow.
So then I said to the guy, this is the guy in sales, and I said, okay, now I'm going to tell you the rest of the story. This was my dad's house, and he passed away, and he was getting charged $2,400. So I'm going to take over insurance on that house at $820 per year. And they said, oh, we better talk to legal about that. So this lady comes on, she says, we will not, she says, we can't even talk to you about this because the house is not in your name. I said, well, I'm executor of the will. And, she goes, nope, can't do it. So I said, well, She says, nobody is going to insure a vacant house. She said, if you try to change it and get insurance, we won't even do it at all. So I said, well, I'm in the Pocono Mountain area, and there's a lot of people from New York City that have homes up in the mountains for the weekends. What do? She said, well, that's considered a temporary occasional use or occasional occupancy. I said, okay, then give me that. She goes, I can't. She goes, it's not your house because, you know, it's not officially my house yet. So I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to call my insurance company. So that's what I did. I told them, I said, look, can you give me insurance policy on this house? I don't live there. And she says, well, vacant houses. Vacant house. We don't. I said, look, occasion I'm there once in a while, which I was. I'm there every day. You know, cleans things up. She says, okay, we can do that. So she says, if you were there all the time, it'd be $800 a year. Since you're not there all the time, we have to charge you $1,100. I said, that's fine. Still beats $2,400. So then we go to the propane. And our listening friend at Hall's Propane will know about this. He was getting charged $4.69 a gallon. I talked to people that use propane all the time. They were paying $2 something. So when I called customer service up in Syracuse, New York, they said, well, you know, we got to get to the facility where it's hauled from and find out why it's paying so much. So they called him and he said, well, because he doesn't use that much. Well, his usage had gone up because he had a coal stove, wood coal stove, and he could no longer carry the coal. So his propane was the primary use furnace, or before that it was the secondary. So the guy that runs the facility where the actual deliveries are coming out of, he refused to lower the price. So I said, well, this is on the weekend. I said, you tell him that I will be there in person Monday morning at 8 o'clock when he opens, and I want him to tell me to my face why he's charging so much. I want to hear the reason. So I was there Monday morning, got right up in his face, and I said, why is my dad paying $4.69 a gallon? Everybody I talked to is paying $2 something. Oh, well, he doesn't use that much. I said, look, he is using a lot more now because now it's primary because he can't carry the coal anymore. So what are you going to do? He goes, oh, you know what? Then he wanted to be my buddy. He says, oh, you know, I know your dad real good. 1987, when he signed up with us, I was a driver and we were friends. I said, really? I said, you're making it worse. Now you're telling me he's your friend and you're charging me $4.69? He goes, oh, here's what I can do. I'm going to give him the veterans discount. He went from $4.69 to $2.99, veterans discount. I said, you made it even worse again. He goes, what do you mean? $2.99 is better than $4.69. I said, he was a veteran since 1945. You said you knew him since 1987. Why didn't you give him? You knew he was a veteran in 1987. Why didn't you get the discount back then? So anyway, I'm going to talk to a lawyer about that because there's a thing in Pennsylvania called elder abuse. And it's a law against abusing an elderly person. Now, most of it is physical, like in nursing homes and stuff.
Right.
But I read an article on it. 30% of the elder abuse in Pennsylvania is financial. People taking advantage of elderly people because they trust everybody and they're easy to rip off. So this is what I've been going through. Now, as far as a financial advisor, he's been very, very shady. He got really, really upset when I asked him specific questions about these accounts. He didn't like it at all. And I said, look, you're used to my dad. My dad trusted you. My dad was a yes man. He trusted you. I said, I don't trust anybody, especially not with money. Well, it turns out, and both my attorney and my accountant have no faith in financial advisors because they can manipulate your account to a point. He said, if he tells you that he wants your accounts to be annuities, I'll tell you why he's going to say that. Because with an annuity investment, they can charge their fee up front. They can charge it on the back end or on the front end. And they want to charge it on the front end because then they get their money first, no matter how the account does, up or down. So that's the lessons that I've been learning, and this is why I'm skeptical. And what really sent me over the top was when I heard Maria Bartiromo, who actually used to work on Wall Street. The comment she made was, if this monstrosity, $3.5 trillion thing with $3 trillion in taxes goes through, you're going to see a big sell-off because capital gains goes up, business tax goes up, personal tax goes up, and the people that put money at risk do so because they don't pay as much tax on when they make money. Capital gains, the reason it's always been lower, these idiots will say, oh, I pay 30% as an employee. I think my boss should pay the same amount when he invests. There's no incentive to invest if you're going to pay the same amount of tax as a person working for somebody because you have no risk there. You're going to get your paycheck no matter what. Where if you invest money, you could lose, and a lot of people do. So that's why capital gains was always less, because it gives you the incentive to put your money at risk. So if they raise that, there's no more incentive to put it at risk. You might as well go to work for somebody if it gets that bad. So anyway, that's my experience, and I hate to drag it on, but I learned a lot. I learned a couple of hard lessons, and I hope somebody, if they have to go through what I went through, maybe I helped them out a little bit. When it comes to money, there's two areas where you have no friends, Steve. Money and the opposite sex. Money will turn people around real quick, and so will the opposite sex. How many times you see couples get divorced and the husband or wife winds up with the other one's best friend? Happens all the time.
Yep.
So that's my experience.
Well, and I guess
again, I appreciate
the message would be for those with older parents and whatnot that you may not know much about what they're doing with their finances. Yeah, maybe try to. Yeah, what are you paying to fill your propane tank, Dad, or Mom, or Grandma, whatever? That's major ripoff. And think of over years' time. It all adds up. All right, we're up to news break. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Border Patrol agents on the southern border encountered more than 208,000 illegal migrants in the month of August, a slight drop from a 21-year high in July. It was still the second straight month that more than 200,000 migrants were stopped by agents. Many were quickly returned to Mexico under Trump-era rules implemented to control the spread of COVID, but unaccompanied minors were not being turned away. Nearly 19,000 were taken into custody last month. And French President Emmanuel Macron said Wednesday that the leader of the Islamic State in the Greater Sahara has been killed. Macron tweeting that French forces had neutralized Abu al-Walid al-Sahrawi amid rumors of the leader's death that have been spreading for weeks in Mali. Local authorities have not confirmed his death. Al-Sahrawi had claimed responsibility for a 2017 attack that killed 4 American military personnel in Niger. News of his death comes as the trial of the lone surviving attacker in the 2015 Paris terror attacks begins. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to bingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
subscribers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, rolling into the early hours of a Thursday. What's going on this morning, Chevy Guy?
Well, good morning. I can't tell nobody nothing about investments. Never had any money. But here lately, get the house paid off, you get some money built up in the savings account. My wife is on Social Security. She's 71. Social Security called, and you have to give an account of what you got in your savings. And believe it or not, the person on the phone sort of passed a hint. And when my wife said such and such amount, he goes, for your funeral fund, right? And she said, no, it's savings. And he goes, for your funeral, right? And she says, I guess. And so we got to figure it out, what, $8,000 for the average funeral, 2 people in the family, $16,000. So that's for, if you're dealing with Social Security, make sure any savings at your funeral fund, and they tend to leave that be. It just a little on this thing about. All right, we're out here now. How long with this COVID? And someone's all upset because they can't have a sit-down meal. I get it. But why do you want to? I mean, you got the cook back there sneezing up, got COVID on him. Maybe the waitress, they got COVID. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they invented this little thing called a lunch buddy. Now, the guy that was saying about the meal sounded like he was a day tripper anyway. So, man, you just get up a little early and fix your bucket like I do. When I get to that last sandwich, it's time to head to the house somewhere in the next 4 hours, you know. Normally, Walmart's got those little meals or, you know, in little packets. You know, they don't need refrigerated. You can stock up on that. They got the microwave ovens. You just have to deal with what we got out there right now. It may get worse if they try to lock it down again. So, but it just, you know, I mean, your first trip out, I mean, if you just come back and truck it now, yeah, go ahead and price. Yeah, I get it. You know, it's your second trip out, then it's on you. You know, you should have known better to stock up. Now, the irregular route guys, man, yeah, you have to just stock up and grab it when you can, I guess. But it's just the world we live in right now until it gets straightened out. But but there's just so much out there now that you can get by on. I mean, you can stock up your tractor and be prepared for just about anything out here. And all that investment advice. In a way, I'm glad I don't have money. Maybe that's why I don't have my hair ain't turned gray yet.
Right.
You know, so my beard's solid gray from where I talk too much. I'm wearing that out, but my brain power for financial things, you know, my hair's nice and brown. So I don't have to worry about all that, where it's going to be and how much I'm going to lose in investment. And then when I finally get it out, I'm counting my dollar bills, and Uncle Sam comes along and takes half that. So, whatever. But that's the only advice I can give you. If you get anybody on Social Security, and they do call and check on your saving or what you got in your accounts, just make sure what you've got there is for your funeral, and they pretty much leave you alone. So, other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. Totally enjoy the show tonight.
All right. Thank you, Chevy Guy. Good to have you with us. Speaking of the price of propane. Yes, sir.
There you go. Morning. Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, so what Ranger was talking about there is when you got a secondary heat source, because we have a finished basement and we have a gas fireplace down there, and when we first got it set up, we had the same problem with the rate of charge for a gallon. And I called them up and said, well, what's the deal? And they said, well, that's decorative heating. And I'm like, well, what's the difference between decorative heating and regular heat? And they say, well, decorative just gets used once in a while, you know, and it looks pretty and all that. And I say, well, why don't you come out here and we'll start out with the stove turned off, and I'll tie you down to it there, and I'll turn the stove on, and you let me know when that changed from decorative heat to real heat while you're sitting on it. And they're like, well, that's not the way it works. And I said, well, the way it works is you can come get your tank, because the other thing is if you're using a tank from one of these places that has their name on it, you're renting their tank. And the only ones that are allowed to fill that tank are the ones that have the name on the side of the tank. Now, if you as a homeowner decide you want to purchase a tank, you can do that. And that purchase tank that you have, you can call any dealer or distributor to come out to you, and you can call around and get the best price you want. And when you find the lowest price and the price you want, or the distributor you want to come out, you can call them up and say, hey, bring me a load, you know, fill up my tank. And most of the time they'll set you up on what they call will call. And, you know, when you call them in and say you want it, you know, you can get it.
Mm-hmm.
So we went to that situation, but you definitely got to be careful, because if it's not your number one A1 heating supply and pretty much your only supply of heat there, they can really charge you up on those other rates. So it's something to watch. And as I say, if you're going to be somewhere for any amount of time, instead of getting on the tank rental deal, because they charge you a whole bunch extra for that too every month, then to see about purchasing, you know, if you're going to plan on being there for quite a while, then see about purchasing your own tank and see if you can work out a deal that way. And then you're not tied to just a one the one service. You know, you can call anybody you need to get your tanks filled up. So, but anyways, I guess that's what we got going for you. I didn't know. I was hoping Chevy guy might talk a little bit more about that lawyer down there, but maybe we'll get him to talk about it on the after hours show there, because he always likes a good conversation piece to rattle on about there. So maybe we'll find out more about that and be able to bring some more information to the table tomorrow night there. And one thing for Philip, I don't know if he's still listening or not, but I'm pretty sure that physician's assistant there, that girl there that's up there on that inspiration there, I'm pretty sure she's 21, not 29. So to be up there, you know, to be in the position she's at, from where she came from and everything she went through, and at her age to be up there. But I'm thinking, if you double check that, I think she's 21, not 29 there. So
okay.
But other than that, that's about all we got going for you there. So I guess you might have Buckle Nuster be able to want to come back in there and add a little bit there. You know, it's the loneliest hour. I haven't heard him on there, but the Ranger certainly had a good call and very.
Yep.
I hope if anybody, you know, wants to, you know, write this down on a piece of paper or something, you know, the date and the time, and go back and listen to that again, because Ranger had a lot of good information in there with a lot what he's been through, and so maybe it'll save somebody a little bit. So anyways, hey, we'll catch you a little later there, and go out there and look for another intelligent caller, would you?
We'll get you on the flip side. Yes, sir. All right. I think Ranger actually said he had one more important point he forgot to get to. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Steve, I'll make this quick. I'm not trying to be an air hog, but I hope I can help somebody out. When these people get their fingers into your money, they don't want to let go of it. The financial guy, he just went ballistic when he saw the threat of me just cashing out. Because I told him, I said, as soon as I see the stock market start to drop, I'm going to come in here and you're going to write me a check. Oh, no. I said, look, it's not your money. It's my money. I said, if you give me a hard time, I'll ask for that check right now. So he calmed down. But two things I want to talk about. Anybody who's a veteran, I went to when I found out the checking account was locked up, I had literally thousands and thousands of dollars that I had to pay my own money. And I went to the VA, and they said, yes, we have funeral benefits, but you have to be broke. If you have any money in the bank, and I said, well, he has money in the bank, but I don't have access to it. The funeral director isn't going to wait for the cremation. He wants money right now. So I worked it out. And the other thing, I mentioned the checking account. It had a lot more money in it than most people would keep. And when I went to the bank, I had a death certificate in my hand, and the guy at the bank said, well, I said, look, I want this money transferred from my dad's account to my account because I'm paying all the bills. He said, well, we can't do that until you when you're listed as executor in a will, you're not officially executor until you go to the courthouse and get sworn in as executor, and then they give you what they call a short form. So the guy at the bank said, I can't transfer that money until you have the short form. So I said, okay. So, I had to make an appointment. Of course, COVID was in full swing then, so I had to wait a couple of weeks to get that. So in the meantime, I got the attorney, and I showed him the bank statement. He picked it up and he said, you don't need a short form. I said, well, that's what the bank told me. He said, do you see this right after your dad's name? It says ITF, and then it has your name. He said, that means in trust for. He said, that money is yours with the death certificate. You don't need a short form. So, of course, I went right to the bank. Well, I got the short form anyway. I went to the bank and I said, why did you tell me that I needed this short form? And my attorney, who does nothing but estates, told me I didn't. He says, that's our policy. I said, I don't care about policy. I'm talking about the law. You're not allowed to tell me I can't have that money. So here's what he does. They had their own financial counselor at the bank, and he's a nice guy. I knew him a little bit from going here with my dad. Comes over, sits down. He says, I understand you want to take this money out. We can give you some investment. We can invest it. I said, hold on a second. He's like, I got an 8-year thing we can invest. I said, hold on a second. I don't have 8 years. Okay. I don't want anything long-term because I'm not long-term. So they washed. What the point is, they didn't want to give me my money because they hated to see it leave the bank. So here again, you can't trust people when it comes to money. They had no right to hang on to that money by law, and they tried to make believe it was their policy. He said, well, let me look that up. I said, you don't have to look it up. And I called the attorney right at this guy's desk. I called him up, and I said, Eric, I'm going to put you on speakerphone. Would you please tell this gentleman at the bank that he's incorrect? And he did. And then the guy got all apologized. Oh, geez, that was always. I said, look, you just transfer the money from his account to my account. Oh, you don't want to make it? I said, nope. I said, I don't want to make any investments. I want to transfer it. I got a bunch of bills to pay. So that's what I wanted to tell the audience, because you really have to watch your back if there's any money involved and you lose a loved one. And that ITF, I didn't even know about that. The lawyer picked it out. I didn't even know what that meant. He said, that means in trust for. That money was in trust in there for you. And when he died, it became yours. So sorry to take all your time, but I just want other people to hear that in case they have to go through it. That's all I got.
All right, very educational. All right, we'll get a final 2-minute timeout, come back and wind things down here. Not sure what the name is, but we'll see who that is. Hang in there. We'll get you coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, quick like, who gets to be our final caller here on a Thursday morning? I'm not seeing a name, but who we got?
Hey, Steve, Art, Shadow Chaser.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Steve, no, that's why I stock up. I stock at Walmart and everything, get what food I need. And if anybody's up in Wisconsin, you ever hear of a quick trip?
Mm-hmm.
They got good food. Quick Trip, they all got good food. They got chicken and everything like that. So everybody up Wisconsin, East Speedway. So.
I think so
ready for the weekend?
So many restaurants are shutting down early. I mean, some of them are shutting the doors, the dine-in at like 7 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy.
Yeah, even some lunch or like the Arby's and stuff, they shut down early because they don't have anybody help at night.
Yeah, so. Yep. Yes, sir.
Oh, did you find out anything more about that driver got killed on the Ohio Turnpike the other day, Steve?
I never saw anything further about that. Shadow Chaser, no. I thought about that. I never There might be something more there now, but I didn't find anything like under the industry headlines and whatnot. I did find one that, well, if you're an experienced driver, you probably know this already. But apparently, even if you have a GPS that's supposedly designated for trucking, don't always just blindly follow your GPS. There was a driver that demonstrated the reason to never blindly follow. He says, I have a Garmin diesel GPS. It's meant for truck drivers. Now I've got to enter my weight and length whenever I'm planning a route. And right now it's telling me to turn right. And he pans the camera over where it clearly says, no trucks. Matter of fact, the designated truck route is in the opposite direction. That's why you can't trust these GPS, even if they're meant for a truck driver. Like I said, if you're an experienced driver, you probably know that situation is all too familiar. But all right, final note here, as Knuckle Buster would say, go to Overnight Drive Radio, get you some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. We got the T-shirts, the hats, travel mugs, stickers. Of course, coming up, the Enderley Memorial Pull-Off coming up this Saturday. That's still on. I got an update from Kyle this past day. He was supposed to be heading down to Florida for the second to last Outlaw Diesel Super Series event at the Hardway Performance at the Sunshine Showdown at Emerald Coast Dragway this weekend. That was supposed to be Friday and Saturday. He updated that it has been canceled, apparently, due to the weather in the Panhandle. So I'm not sure how they worked that out. Yeah, there was one final event slated, I believe, for October. I'm thinking, I don't know, did they make that up or did this move on to that final event, which is the 8th annual Mario Knapp Memorial Car Show? Or that's not the one. That's the final Outlaw Diesel Series is coming up October 8th and 9th. All right, that's in Julian, North Carolina, Piedmont Dragway. So I'll give you more updates when I get more info. Meanwhile, thank you so much for spending some time with us here as we roll into a Thursday. Have a great day. Be safe out there. Hope you'll come back and join us once again tonight at the midnight hour Eastern Time. We'll do it all over as we get set for the weekend. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from